Sorry, I think no.
Kia ora koutou, nā mai haere mai. Nā nui kia koutou ki te hui hui mai nei. We'll just like to start. You would like to karakia and start.
Whakarongo ake ai ki te tangi a te manu nei, mā tui a ki ronga, tui a ki raro, tui a ki roto, tui a ki waho. Tui te here tāngata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao. Tui i te uke takata, Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki ro, Hawaii ki pamana. Uhi wero, aramai te toki haumi e hui e.
Yeah, Edward, for that. Just like to apologise for the slight late start to the meeting today. Just start of a new week, getting everybody rounded up, which is all good. And just like to welcome everybody to this environmental science and policy workshop. This is a public workshop and it is being recorded. First of all, I'd like to welcome all you, the council members, and with special or actually members of the Environmental Science and Policy Committee, and special mention to our iwi representatives, Edward and Karen. Ngā mihi kia koroa. Welcome also to all the staff present, and we've also got Phil here from Wynne Williams, so welcome along today. There's been so much work going to the development long-term plan to get to this stage. It's very much appreciated. We know that it's probably gone beyond the normal course of duty to get to where we are. So thank you very much and welcome. We don't have any members of the public at this stage, so anybody who's watching the video, welcome. The Land and Water Plan is currently in its Clause 3 statutory consultation phase period. This briefing is about the Clause 3 feedback only. It is to hear the feedback and to get an understanding about how it has been considered, to get an understanding of the feedback and how it's being considered. There are some topics where staff are seeking direction, but it may be more of a briefing than a workshop. The Clause 3 stakeholders have invested significant time and effort in responding to the draft plans. To our stakeholders, we recognise your expertise and really value your input. This plan has been informed by stakeholders and our communities of interest. This plan has and continues to develop and morph into a suitable replacement for our very outdated land and water plan. So a special thank you to all those people, all those communities who have informed the plan. We as a council need to follow the process today. We need to be careful not to predetermine any pending decisions on the scope of the timeframes of the land and water plan. We have to honour the input of our stakeholders at the stage 3 for Clause 3 feedback period and nothing else. I think it's really important that we continue to have, however, continue to have sound and robust discussions to respect everybody's points of view. So welcome, and I might just pass over to Richard.
Yeah, thanks, Lloyd. So just a little bit around process today. So today's is a public workshop, and it's being recorded and it'll be placed on the website as soon as we're done. And also the slide pack that was submitted, circulated yesterday, will be made public as well in terms of those high-level key themes for feedback. In terms of process from here, we've got on the 27th, there's 2 items. There's a non-public legal briefing and then there's a public paper in the afternoon. And the purpose of those sessions is for council to discuss options for a way forward, and then in that public paper to consider and deliberate and make a decision to give staff some guidance. In terms of the public workshop today, you'll note that the themes are presented at a high level and they don't identify individual submitters or submissions, and that's the level we need to keep it at. So there is a process we would need to go through if we were to release publicly the submissions made through this Clause 3 process. So they're aggregated as key themes, and that's the way that they need to be discussed today, not identifying individual submitters So if we could just keep that in mind as we go through, if there is a need to discuss a specific submission, we can do that, but at this stage that would need to happen in non-public because we haven't worked through with those parties the process to release their full submissions at this time. Also, just a note around clause 3, you will recall that there was an issue with the circulation of the clause 3 material for the Otago Forestry Group. We have worked with them to provide them some more time, so their key themes are not included today. We've provided them some additional time and they're working through that at the moment, and I'm in touch with them, and when we receive that, which is still just over a week away, we'll aggregate those key themes and make that available as well. So just recognising that there is still one group, and that's consistent with our intent to keep the group involved in the clause 3 broad and ensure we give all those groups the chance to provide feedback through that process. So that's where we're at today. That's still what's happening in terms of that clause 3, and that's should allow it to kick on, Lloyd.
Thank you, Richard. Just before we thank you, Richard. Just before we carry on, I just want to note that we have apologies from Councillor Kelleher and Laws for the workshop today. So we've got Andrew, who's in up first in Kate.
Thanks, Lloyd. Richard, without naming names, there was another submission that was going to come through that ran parallel with clause 3 that hasn't appeared here. You may remember, sorry, don't want to name names.
It's the hydro.
Big one.
Small hydro? No.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So that's not a submission as much as it's an engagement for expert advice directly to the team. So maybe Fleur can sort of speak to where that's in the process. It's not treated as clause 3, it's treated as expert advice from that independent party.
Thank you.
And it is factored into today's
Thank
discussion.
You. Cheers.
Thanks, Kate.
Two issues. One is we received the plan in December. We were asked to give our feedback. I'm just interested in understanding how that feedback is being put into the loop. And the second question is, in order for this workshop to be helpful, I presume there are some matters that we can ask whether the advice is or not is just one line. I mean, no change. Today, I presume we can take the opportunity to say we want options given to us in the report next week, because that's the purpose of the workshop. Otherwise, there is no purpose, I presume.
Which report next week?
Sorry. Well, we're having a workshop today and we've received some submissions. And while the staff have given a recommendation to us, is that recommendation going to stick for next week? Or have we got the option today to suggest that we should get some options? And
so next week's not planned content, next week's planned program.
Mm-hmm. So
at the moment, we've obviously received further communication from the Minister. We know we've got an update in terms of time frame, but the purpose of the paper next week is not planned content. It's for the council to deliberate and decide on what program you would now like to follow for notification of the plan. The plan from here is similar to as it has been before, where this is not a decision-making forum today, obviously, but it is a chance for council to provide direction, and then staff will loop back with a report, as I've done previously, noting the direction that's received. So that would be the opportunity to request as part of that paper. If you're looking at alternative options or things that you're not seeing in there, the time frame for that paper to come back will depend on the decision you make next week on the program. But they're two different things, plan content and plan program.
but wouldn't it be easier for staff if we gave an indication now that we didn't think no change is the answer?
That's the discussion you're having today.
Yeah.
That's right.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions before we start? Kieran?
Just having just received this yesterday, and late yesterday because I had other things on and wasn't expecting it. I was of the understanding that we were going to go through the submissions today, and now we're not. We're going through a schedule of a staff accumulation of what was in those. So for me to go back, I'm just finding that exceptionally difficult, and that if that was the process, we perhaps should have had this a week earlier so we could go back and relate it to the particular notes that we've taken. And I realise staff are under pressure, but without naming names and referring exact references from one to the other, I just can't see how that process is going to work. Sorry.
Thanks, Kevin. Richard?
I was just re-noting though that if we did want to discuss individual submissions for a chunk of today, we just need to go into public excluded. So if we found that that was the case and we really thought we were going to make a lot of progress by doing that, we could restructure to make sure we had a chunk to do that. But I think looking at the themes is, well, from my perspective, important as well, and often how you do handle plan making. Thank you. But Steph probably want to comment on that.
Thank you. I think we may be able to stay on course with what the intention is to go through the table that's been presented to us and around the themes, and then once we've completed that part of the process as a council, we decide we'd like to discuss individual aspects of individual submissions, then we can do exactly that, go into public excluded. That's the will of the council later on in the day. Anybody vehemently opposed to that?
Yep.
Thanks, Kevin.
Well, I am. I actually just can't see the point now because I've done a wee bit of work on it, and now I can't even even on page 3 where it's direct revolving around consents, where there's direct references made in certain submissions. I want to try and understand why those people have said one thing and we're going another way. So if I can't refer as we go through this process, I could have done had I had this a week earlier, then I could have ticked my 20 pages of notes back to what you've done. But at the moment, I can't do that. So I'm just really struggling with the relevance of what we're doing.
So I think you can still share what they said, just don't share. So you can still say a submitter asked for X if you just don't say who the submitter is. That's the
Still raised.
The issue is absolutely live and valid for you to bring up. We haven't checked with all the submitters that they're happy for their information to be made public. That's the challenge that we have.
I realise that, but we were given the submissions in an order, and that's how I'm supposed to remember every of the 740 pages to make sure I'm going. I thought we would have been going submission by submission to get an understanding of what they were.
So I can only apologise for that. That's
all right. No, good. I just asked the CE that if this is supposedly our most important document that everyone's putting in the newspapers that it is. I would have expected a document like this to be. I received this at 5 o'clock last night when I got to my emails. And I'm really annoyed because I've spent a lot of work actually reading the submissions and taking particular notes and trying to understand them. And now to have this format thrown upon me is just it's actually not acceptable, really. And I think it makes it's not fair on staff because I think I've done the work and I can't actually immediately relate that to that. So I'll do my best guesses, which is not good enough for our environment.
Thank you, Brian.
Or maybe can I? We've got quite a bit of time today. To work through them, maybe for each one, and I'm sure this is what's going to happen. Is that staff will talk to them more about the key themes, and that might assist Kevin in his challenges. But in relation to page number 3, for example, consent duration, I'm sure that the main themes are actually captured there. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, so I think we'll carry on at the stage, but I think that the offer's still there at the end of the day to go through the approach that's been taken with the key themes, and then and as we say, we can draw stuff out of submissions. We just can't name the stuff that's in the commissions in the submissions, sorry. But we will allow time at the end to actually have perhaps a one-on-one on a submission basis if that's the will of the council. So thank you very much. We'll carry on. I'll just hand over to Fleur.
Thank you, kia ora koutou. Thank you once again for giving up a big amount of time for us to talk through the land and water plan. Today, the purpose of today's briefing really is to take you through the cause feedback we received and to explain how we're adjusting the plan to take it into account or explain why we're not going to in certain cases. So there are a few limited topics where we're looking for your direction. So those are to do with areas where we had asked for feedback on options during the consultation process and some other areas where we might want you to consider a shift in direction from the direction we received. The topic authors have been working extremely hard to get the feedback summarised and analysed in time for this briefing, and we do apologise that we couldn't provide it earlier than we did, but they really have been right pedal to the metal on it for the last few weeks. And I just want to acknowledge that and thank the team for their work to get us here. So the first part today, I'll just briefly cover where we're at in the process and provide an overview of the feedback and how we've analysed it. But the bulk of the session will be about going through the key issues raised and how we're responding. So the table that you got yesterday with a summary of the feedback includes a summary, includes staff analysis and a staff position or recommendations. We're not intending to work through the table in detail, but we've given it to you so that you can dip into it to provide more information about the feedback we received. So we're not going to cover everything in it. We've kind of picked out the things where we think are the most important. And I will apologise in advance that the order of the summary table isn't necessarily the order that we'll be going through, but the team will tell you what pages to refer to. So the reason why is that this is an order of the plan provisions, and the presentation today, we've structured it to kind of try and match energy levels. Covering topics, to make it hopefully have the best conversation that we can. So I will also note that, and you will have noticed if you've dipped into the clause 3 submissions themselves, that it doesn't cover every single point raised. That table would be many pages longer than this one. We did receive a significant amount of feedback, and the team and I are grateful that our clause 3 parties really spent a lot of time and effort to give us the feedback that they did. And I'm confident that it will make a much better plan than when it's time for us to notify. You can be assured that we have looked at all of it and considered and incorporated the numerous drafting and clarity improvements that we've received. And you'll also be pleased to know we're not going through those today either. But yeah, we are taking them into account. So just reminding you of where we're at. So we sent the draft plan out at the beginning of the year as part of this pre-notification consultation. The RMA requires that we consult with a list of parties prior to notification, so ministers, Takara Whenua, territorial authorities, and then we can choose to consult with others. So we chose to send it to those various parties there, focusing on groups that had kind of more of a national level reach rather than local groups. As Richard mentioned, the forest owners, bit of a glitch there, but so what I will say is that we haven't included feedback on forestry at all, and we will come back on that. So if you're looking for that in the table, it's not there. Okay. So just at the same time that the clause 3 consultation was happening, internal departments across council were looking through the draft as well as councillors. So again, we received a lot of really useful feedback through that process. And again, that will greatly improve the draft plan. In the table where the feedback came from these internal review process, we've denoted it with an asterisk. And for those councillors who have provided feedback, we'll send a separate response out via email so you can see how we've incorporated it as well. Any further questions before we kind of get into the actual content?
Oh, yes, Andrew.
Just want to clarify through the internal feedback that you received from the other departments.
Mhm.
Were they in written submission form? And if they were, why weren't they circulated with the other feedback?
Good question. Mostly they were in written form. However, we did have kind of subsequent follow-up meetings to kind of get the gist of some of them. There's no reason we couldn't circulate them, but a lot of the feedback's at extremely detailed level, so I'm not sure. Yeah, but I don't see any reason why not.
No.
Just as in terms of a full process and for governance to see that feedback, I just think that would be useful. Well, I appreciate it.
We can see them, and I think the reasons they're not part of the clause 3 process, but it's still a process we've gone through internally to make sure that our staff who implement the plan are part of the conversation. So there's no reason it can't be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Brian, could you turn your microphone off, please?
Apologies.
I think, any other questions? Okay.
Appreciating what next week is a long way ahead and a lot of things going on. But just want to check. There's a number of issues that people have had a difficulty articulating them, and they said you prefer to have meetings on it. I'm just wondering, have any of those meetings happened since lodging the submissions and here that have happened, and have they been done to everyone if they have?
Trying to remember when things happen, so I'm just yeah, I don't think we have had any meetings since the clause 3 feedback's been received.
With any of the parties?
No,
okay.
no.
And that's fine, it's just making sure that there's equitable.
The only exception is we had an afternoon briefing session where anybody could turn up for any of the clause 3 parties, so it was an open invitation to talk through process and clarification, and there were half a dozen.
That was after submissions closed?
No, that was just after it opened.
Yeah, no, I mean after submissions closed, because quite a few of them said that, and I'm just checking because I want to make sure it's equitable, but it's
we have had one discussion. We've got like monthly catch-ups with one stakeholder group, but we steered away from the decision, from the feedback themselves, just to make sure that everybody's treated the same.
Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Frank.
All right. Well, I'll do the first slide, and then I'm going to hand over to the rest of the team really to do the rest. So we'll just start with the feedback on kind of not specifically on the plan drafting itself. So they're generally not matters for today, and I'm not planning to go through them in detail, but they are at the beginning of your table there. I guess we just wanted to know some of the feedback around the process and timeframes, both for this clause 3 consultation and for the overall plan. Staff don't consider that any changes to the draft plan are required as a result of these points, but we will ensure that they're incorporated into our advice to you, both the Section 32 report and any other advice that we're providing. We'll make sure that we incorporate this type of feedback in that. So any questions on those matters?
Yes, Brian.
Cool, thanks, Flor. So you're referring to the first 2 boxes?
I think it's the first 5, the first 5 boxes.
Okay, well, thank you. The first one is, the topic is need to rely on non-regulatory methods in implementation. So that's the topic. Whereas it seems to me you don't actually refer to the topic because your comments are a bit, slightly different. So what the summary of the feedback is do not rely on regulatory methods only. Need for implementation methods and other non-regulatory methods to support. Whereas the topic was, it said, and this is a contentious issue, is can you rely on non-regulatory by itself? And I think there's a response to that. I don't see it in there.
I see. Yeah. So when the topic in this case is just something that I think it was Tom or whoever was assessing this feedback, kind of, it was like a, I guess just a heading for them to use. It wasn't necessarily to say that, we need to rely on it. It's just like the topic is kind of non-regulatory methods and implementation.
Yeah, my response to that, Flora, is that actually the topic heading is actually a contentious issue. And that it needs to be addressed. It needs to be responded to. That certainly, for example, in my view, while non-regulatory is really important, it needs to, that the regulatory framework needs to be there as well, and that there's reasons for that. And I'm just a little bit disappointed that wasn't spout out in there.
Yeah. So can I just just to help, perhaps the reason it says no change needed is because the non-regulatory stuff isn't going to be in the plan.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But
yeah, and it will be discussed in the section 32 in terms of non-regulatory opportunities for improvement, or how the regulatory works with the non-regulatory. But this is just really about any changes required to the plan.
Yeah, my point is they both need each other.
Yes.
And that needs to be, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Kevin?
So your comments and analysis say that you're actually going to have a list of those under section 32, but I think that there was definitely submitters that said if you're going down if you're saying non-regulatory and we've got those words in our plan, where is the list in the plan to see what those are, what those are, because they simply need to, so they can then comment on, well, there's some good ideas. Have you thought of those? So there's no, there's 2 or 3 examples of people wanting descriptions of those non-regulatory things, so they could see that our plan was heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, we can include a list, and the danger of doing that is that it kind of means that then you're stuck with those until you review the plan again. So it's kind of helpful to refer to them in a general sense without getting too specific otherwise.
Yeah, and again, a way of doing that, and I'm not the wordsmith, but an example of non-regulatory methods are, but not limited to, and put the list in. I mean, that's clearly these people are looking for some indication what we're actually thinking about. It's from what I've read anyway. I could highlight specific ones to you later.
Thank you, Kevin. So basically what you're talking here, will that be form part of the section 32?
It will, yes, it will.
That'll be mentioned in there in the final part.
And also, well, further to that, then also a comment going through the submissions was that make sure this is simple and that it's in the plan, and we're not having to go from a plan to other documents to find answers. So if you're just going to rely on a section 32, I didn't know what a section 32 was until I came here, but I roughly knew what our plan was. So that's my counter for that. Thank you.
Yeah, the challenge is we can't put the non-regulatory stuff in the regulatory framework. So when we talk about it in the section 32, we're talking about it as Councillor Scott said, those 2 things need to work together to achieve the outcomes, but the non-regulatory stuff does need to sit outside of the plan. But I think the point about including an example in the plan of what a non-regulatory method might be is a useful thing to do. We can probably have a section on non-regulatory methods in the intro that doesn't bind us in the actual plan. That's a
Thank you. Okay.
So you're still on general matters, I think. The general plan matters clause has got about the timeframes. Now there's some submissions in there saying why we picked an earlier timeframe. Either you might know something in the RPS that I don't know, and the timeframes have changed, or we are requiring something more than we have set in the RPS. So sometimes there's, and I appreciate sometimes there's steps to get to where we need to in the RPS, but there's some people saying, well, you're requiring a lot of the stuff well earlier than is required. Can I just understand, and you've got no change needed? approach. Have those people misunderstood the steps process, or are we just being harder?
No, for on junior plan matters yet. I think we're still on the 5 above.
Oh, the 5 above, sorry, I thought we were doing.
Right,
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
5 above
The 5 above, but it's just they're all in the same.
We will get, no, sorry, we will get to that one
Sorry.
pretty soon.
No, sorry, no, it's
but-
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
They're all in the box together.
yeah, no, they are, yeah, and, yeah. Yeah, I think we probably can move actually into the next section. So I'll pass to Felicity. So the Insight team unfortunately got stuck in Christchurch.
Good morning. Morning. Just, oh yeah, great. Right, so picking up from where Fleur left off, the strategic direction for the plan is included in the Mana Whenua Integrated Management and Land and Freshwater chapters of the plan. There was quite a bit of general feedback because that plan sort of sets the direction, that those chapters collectively set the direction for the plan. There was quite a lot of general feedback on where people thought the policy settings for the plan should be. There were some very divergent views with respect to the plan's reference to Te Mana o Te Wai due to the potential for changes to that concept in the NPS FM. Some people were very supportive of retaining the references and continuing to use that concept. Others opposed the use of it and sought that all references were removed. Some parties suggested that there should be an alternative interpretation of Te Mana o Te Wai used in this plan, but didn't suggest what that interpretation was. In terms of the mana whenua provisions, some parties quite strongly opposed the reference to Rakatira Taka in the plan and preferred to rely instead on the concept of kaitiakitanga, which is in the RMA. Those parties also opposed some of the procedural requirements in relation to in particular, the relationship between ORC and mana whenua, and they considered that involving iwi in planning processes and particularly in consent processes was costly and could be quite inefficient. Some parties sought more direction for the management of land. They felt that the plan was too heavily focused on water and didn't appropriately capture all of the land management activities. A big part of that was desire to see this plan implementing the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity more clearly. And there were some more general requests for the 3 chapters to be brought together into one package of strategic direction. The respondents felt that that would provide a more integrated package of direction for the plan.
Thank you.
Any questions on that?
Evan?
Support the no change comments.
Push a button.
Look, I support the no change comments. I think they're way out of straps on those comments.
Brian?
We have, there's a lot of topics just, under that heading. And Kevin said his bit. My suggestion is that we actually go through them one by one. Consent duration as opposed to Te Mana o Te Wai and all because they're connected, but they were all distinct as well. I think we're doing it a disservice just to go. Has anybody got any comments on how many topics that you've put on these tables? 1, 2. Am I misreading it? 3, 4.
So the intent of this part was
the intent of this slide was just to highlight some of the key feedback, the key themes in the feedback where we're not suggesting any changes, but just wanted to give you a heads up on the feedback that was received. The next two slides go into two topics where there's more, where we're seeking a change in direction. So there's reasonable mixing zones and consent duration. But if you'd like to go through on page 7 of the table, if you'd like to go through the matters that I've touched on in this slide in more detail, I'm happy to do that.
I mean, what does everybody else think? You said page 7, I'm actually on page 3. And the first one is consent duration, is it? Am I misreading that?
We're at the bottom of page 2, I think.
So we're going to discuss consent duration. The general feedback on this part of the plan starts on page 7. It comes after the more specific things. So we are going to talk about consent duration. There's a slide coming up in 2 slides on consent duration.
Can I just, sorry, Lloyd, is that, can I just jump in? Can I just suggest that we have just a 5-minute adjournment, go and grab a coffee or whatever you need. I just want to convene with staff just to talk about alignment between the table that was submitted yesterday and the slides, because we need to make sure we're very clear on what it is that we're presenting and what it is that we're talking about in terms of the material that was submitted yesterday, so the discussion can be most constructive. So if that's all right, Lloyd, just through you, if you're happy to.
No, more than heck, I think that's a good idea. So we'll just start with adjourn call 10 to 10. Thank you for your patience, and we'll just return back to work.
Yeah, thank you, and apologies. And I realise it feels a bit hard to navigate. So what we'll try and do, I guess, we've structured it according to the various tables. So that's kind of what each segment's about. And what we'll get each author to do at the beginning is to explain which of the topics they're going to cover at a high level versus which ones they're going to cover in a more detailed level, so that it's just a bit clearer as we go, and make sure that we can kind of follow along the table as you need to. So if there's some things that we're covering in a high level that you want to go into detail, let us know. Otherwise, we will kind of try and focus on the things that are more, the things that we were planning to cover in more detail. But we're happy to go through all of it, or any of it.
I think the first topic, which is the feedback on the IM, LF, and MW chapters and other aspects, the general ones, that's the hardest one, because as you see, that refers to table 2. It's got some very meaty topics. It's got topics about consent duration, hydroelectricity generation, reasonable mixing that is affecting every activity that we manage under the plan. And like Fleur said at the start, we wanted to break it up, so not exhaust you right at the start. Also, we didn't follow the order in the tables because intuitively we feel like certain topics that sit across different tables, they belong together. Like hydro is linked to a discussion about damming and water taking. So that's why we kind of ordered the presentation slightly differently. What we suggest is, like Fleur said, at the start of each discussion on a specific table, the author will refer you to the table. The pages in the summary document where the table is. And then highlight of the points under each table, which ones can go through quite quickly and which ones need further discussion. I suggest with this next discussion on feedback on IM, LF, and the Mana Whenua chapter, Felicity takes you through all the topics under table 1 and just briefly says, this will get an in-depth discussion now. And for the other ones, like, for example, renewable electricity generation, we'll deal with that in the afternoon, just to avoid any discussion, any confusion.
And just before we go back to Felicity, we might just quickly answer the question about the timeframes. Can you talk to that?
Yeah, the timeframes, I recall that submission. The timeframes, in the plan are aligned with the timeframes articulated in the long-term visions in the RPS. They will adjust it if they change, but they should be aligned. There is concern that people will delay action until right before the time, the deadline in the visions. Because there's a delay between action and outcome, there is concern about the timeframes themselves. The general message is people should actually be required to start implementing measures earlier.
Thank you, Tom. Kevin?
Yeah, I'm probably just struggling with if that's the perception made, and because if we look at the freshwater farm plan scenarios where you are certified and audited, I'm talking in a farming sense, you have to show where those actions are happening and occurring. So if your duration's 10 years, or if we're heading to attribute states in North Otago at 2050, you have to show that those actions are being implemented and things are happening. So I don't see where that concern is. I just struggle with that. If you come to that concept to ensure that we have shorter consent times with more grunt to them, that doesn't add up to me actually, because we've already got other mechanisms in place.
I think so. That's one of the feedback points we've got. I think if we look at deemed permits, a lot of people go. Okay. A lot of people left things later than is ideal. But you're right, Kevin. I think the regulatory framework has now changed so that we do have freshwater farm plans that will push some of those actions forward sooner. It is a slightly different. I think some of that concern is based on what they've seen in the past, not necessarily what might happen in the future. I think we just need to recognise that the regulatory regime was different up to now.
Brian?
I'm still finding this presentation quite confusing. In 1 minute, we start talking about RPS timeframes. So we've got those, timeframes 2045, 2030, all this type of thing. And then all of a sudden, we start talking about consent duration, connected but different matters. So you've put together this table. It's a detailed table. It's a good table. But we seem to still be jumping all over the place without reference to it. Why can't we just systematically go through the table as you presented it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
I think that needs to be answered.
Yeah.
So the intent is to go through the table. There's a question that arises, which Kevin raised a good point that might touch on another element. The staff will do their best to answer it, and it might mean there's reference to something like consent duration that appears somewhere else at the table, but it's still a question we get from the floor that needs to be addressed. But take your point, Brian, and that was through that short gap we just had. We are now shifting to working through the table line by line, but you may still find, based on questions we receive from councillors, that we end up touching on some other portions of the presentation because there is crossover.
No, and I accept that, but if we're working through it line by line, which particular line are we currently working through?
No, Brian, can you just hold on a minute? I'll just switching you on.
I was just going to ask something as well, but if you wanted to answer that one first.
No, look, I think it's best that we just sort of all take a breath and we just stop because we're all a little bit confused. So I think we just need to stop, and I think we've covered table 1. We're actually now talking on table 2. Is that correct?
The question about timeframes, we were just going to the bottom row of table 1, which
General plan
matters. Yeah.
Right.
Because I thought that someone else was covering it off, and they thought I was, so that was how that happened. But
Thank you.
Okay, so we're just going to talk for a bit about about general plan matters, and then we'll go on to table 2 with Felicity, I take it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, I guess fundamentally what we're trying to do here today, when people say work through the table line by line, as well, just understanding context today, and I don't have the exact answer on that, but we're not a freshwater panel or that type of scenario where we're going through all the detail and looking for the findings of facts and looking for the correct answer. And so I guess what are we doing when we're working through this? Perhaps we need to just really carefully lay out what it is we're getting out of today. We're getting some feedback from councillors, we're getting some direction, we've heard that. How are we going to do that? What's the appropriate level to be aiming that at? We're sitting here thinking, what's our job today? That's different from if we were the panel that's making it, because that's not what we're doing here. So are we trying to just get a sense of what we've come in so that we can, next week's an important decision, we might as well just say that. We're getting a sense of what we've got here so that we can go to next week. We are also, what's the appropriate thing for us to be doing at this point, I suppose, and then we can think about how best we go through this and what sort of input we're giving.
Thank you, Richard. Andrew?
Thanks, Lloyd. I just want to go back to Tom's point and Kevin's comment about the timeframes in relation to investment in environmental action by landowners, and we are required as a regional authority to develop the catchment context, challenges, values, information of which action plans will fall out of that. In other words, action on the ground will be directly linked to that overarching direction that will come from us. All I'm trying to say is that time frame is not totally focused on, there's a suggestion that the landholder will delay action further down the track or until the time frame is well down the track or whatever. All I'm saying is that we've got a role to play to ensure that they have the appropriate information to then be able to target the particular environmental hotspots or whatever they might be in an action plan so they can get on with the business of making a difference to the environment.
Thank you, Andrew. Well said. Edward?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on what Gretchen was saying, because my understanding we've had, 2 rounds of consultation, and clause 3 I thought was about going out to stakeholders just for them to see what the plan looks like and to get back feedback on areas of interest to them that may improve, correct, clarify, and raise appropriate questions. And not, my understanding is, and as a former Hearings Commissioner, when that work wasn't done properly, the work of the panels was harder. It's looking about improving the plan, having a plan that's in a state to be notified, which is where the real submissions and influence come in if they have substance. So I didn't think today was about questioning or drilling down into the detail, but having the confidence that you've received some really good comments and question points and using that to shape up and improve the plan. That's my yes.
Can I just say that that's absolutely right. The only thing I would add is you'll notice a few of the tables do have some italicized text where it was decided ahead of clause 3 consultation there would be some options put out as part of clause 3 that still need some direction from this table. Really, they are the components of today's workshop where there is a need for discussion in terms of those options and the feedback we received on the options. The balance of it, as indicated in the email that was circulated when we talked about this preparation for this workshop, the balance of it at a high level is just pointing to the feedback that was received under each of these topics, just so councillors, for those that haven't managed to get through the 700 odd pages of submissions, I know many of you have, but they have been aggregated at a high level by staff so that you're at least aware of the type of feedback that has been received on the topics. But if you work down the table and have a look at the italicised areas, that's really the key areas for discussion today, because that's where it was agreed by council in previous sessions that there still needed to be some direction, and you wanted to ask some questions from those clause 3 parties.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we go too much further, I'm just going to, so we are just working our way through the table one. Has anybody got any more questions or discussion around that introductory general matters?
Yes, please. Sorry, look, I share some concerns about how easy this document is to read, because and this goes to the strategic directions one. I found it. So can I just start by saying we may have consulted enough times. It was not transparent to me. We went to the rules and things that we consulted on in the earlier stages. A lot of the strategic stuff and how it looked on a page, first time I saw it altogether was on 14th of December, I think. So I just want to make sure that I don't think I had seen all of that any other time, except for where it mirrors in the RPS. But I found it really hard to get a clear picture of where we are trying to go to because of the mix of the strategic directions in the plan and the objectives and policies in the way that's shown. So I share that concern, and yet we've got no change needed to approach. Now, I appreciate some people supported it, but I think my job here, and I'm really clear about it, is to ensure that the community have been listened to and understood, and they're and valued. And so I share that concern. And I'm just wanting to know why is the setup so set or the structure so set that the strategic directions does make sense to other people who read things differently than me, and that you don't have a concern about what that strategic direction looks like.
No, you're absolutely right, Councillor Wilson. That feedback was provided by a number of parties. It's confusing. 3 different parts of the plan. So what we're doing at the moment, Kaitahu have requested a meeting to talk through how those 3 parts could be brought together into one place so that it's easier to read and understand. And given the timeframes that we were working to, we were planning to do that as part of the clause 4A consultation, which is just with Kaitahu. So we definitely are still intending to respond to those requests and to improve the clarity of the drafting. It's not a no change response on that one.
Nor is it minor, I think. So I think that's really helpful. Thank you very, very much. But I think we need to note that that is a change and that we're really open to having those discussions with Kaitahu. I'm very aware that they were concerned about it, but there were a number of other parties as well. And I thank you very much. I think, in which case, can we just note that somewhere? I mean, this isn't a decision making, but that's a wrong response.
Oh, thank you. I think that's moved into. So can we start? Can we go to number 2, which is basically the velocity we're starting off before. So velocity, perhaps if we can get like an overview, then we can we'll just give you time to go through your overview, and then we'll go to questions and discussions around the table too, which is the indicated management and the strategic.
So I'll start off with the general feedback. So I've quickly taken you through the key points in the feedback on these chapters. But to start off with, if we go to table 2 on page 7, the first point on the slide and the first point in that table on page 7 is Te Mana o Te Wai. And there were very divergent views on what the council should do. From a planning perspective, the response is relatively straightforward. The NPSFM is still in effect, and therefore so is Te Mana o Te Wai, and this plan must give effect to the NPS FM. That's not to say that if the NPS changes, this plan can't change as well, but at the moment we have the version of the NPS that we have.
Sorry, I've got a different version. That's a while. I'll get that sorted. Got any questions? Yeah.
You've said that there's no alternative interpretation of Te Mana o Te Wai, but if on two parts, I just want to question one. One says that where we have written the words to the greatest extent practicable, this is not an appropriate test for Te Mana o Te Wai. So where do we cover that comment off? So that's obviously in our actions or rules, whatever, that they have said, where we've said an action is to be done to the greatest extent practicable, and we use that quite a few times through the plan, that's not the appropriate test for Te Mana o Te Wai.
Is that in relation to a particular provision? That the wording to the greatest extent practicable is used often in relation to natural form and character, where we're dealing with highly modified water bodies, so there has to be an element of practicability.
Yeah. So how? Yeah, but that is not, as they are saying, it is not an appropriate test for Te Mana o Te Wai, because it should be. So where do we come back with an answer to that submitter? And that's submitter number 1. I'm not saying names, but I can give you the page if you like.
It's a bit hard to comment without knowing which provision that's in relation to.
Is it to do with wastewater?
It's on page 5 of your submissions, but okay. And then so I'll leave that with you. And the other one on Te Mana o Te Wai, and that's on page 239 of our submissions. It says the first 2 obligations should not be looked at as constraints to the delivery of the third obligation. So that's expert advice that this crew was given. And their comment was that our Te Mana o Te Wai, so Otaga's Te Mana o Te Wai, has never been through community engagement to decide how we interpret Te Mana o Te Wai. So how do we go back to that person or to that?
The NPSFM requirement is that an objective expressing what Te Mana o Te Wai means in the region is included in the regional policy statement. And so there is an objective expressing Te Mana o Te Wai and Otago in the regional policy statement. That's the document that we have to give effect to.
Yes, correct. But what this submitter is asking, when did we consult with the community to determine what Te Mana o Te Wai meant to Otago?
So firstly, I'll answer that. So we did that through the RPS consultation process, so through the formal process through hearings and also through the informal community engagement. And that occurred, if you recall, back in August 2020 when the NPS 2020 landed, it was different to the draft. Yep. And that required us to do an additional engagement period, October, November, December. And so we were consulting on those things back then, as well as through the formal process. Can I just clarify, we don't go back to the clause 3 parties, so we don't go back and respond to their issues line by line. Just in terms of the first question about where practicable, different parties will have a different view on what Te Mana o Te Wai means. And so what staff are saying is we consider the way that we've interpreted it has a level of practicalism about it. So you can't necessarily return the Clutha to one flowing river because there's an almighty dam, or 2 in the road. So some of those where practical lenses are just capturing the nature of the environment as it stands. And so if we're suggesting no change, even though a clause 3 party has suggested something, it's because we think it's the right approach and it's consistent with the direction that you've given us.
Thank you.
Can I just take us on the very first round of community consultation that I attended, which would have been, was the first community one, not the October one, but the one before that. There was a presentation at the beginning of every feedback session around Te Mano Te Wai that was presented by our iwi colleagues, partners. So I think it's not fair to say that it hasn't been up front from the beginning.
Actually, I never said that, Lloyd. I never said that it wasn't up front. So you've inferred that I have, and I think that's wrong. What I've said is these people are asking when that was consulted upon. So I've had that clarified, and I've never ever said, and go back to the start of consultation, it was me that actually asked iwi to be in the room. Note that. Thank you.
A question?
I think it is important what was said as well, that Te Mano Te Wai has been, well, it's in the RPS and that it's an Otago thing. That isn't just about iwi, it's actually about all of us, and it's a non-Māori concept that's going into the RPS and is about a hierarchy. And it is important to think about going forth whether or not that's a change to the way that hierarchy might be structured might impact our plan. But hey, this is where we're at the moment with an RPS that's defining what it means in Otago. And I don't think we should say that Te Mano Te Wai was presented by iwi at the beginning of things and therefore it's that. And yeah, actually the answer is what Anita said, that it's in the RPS and it's a concept that's for all of Otago. Yeah, sorry, thanks.
So what, we have any more questions around table 2?
Just
Henry?
with throw my 5 cents in with Te Mano Te Wai.
Sorry.
I just want to throw my 5 cents in with regards to Te Mano Te Wai. So do we understand as a council whether Te Mano Te Wai has an impact across all matters relating to whether it's the RPS or the land and water plan? So Te Mano Te Wai obviously has got to focus on water and other aspects, Rapatera Taka, broadens that scope. So all my question is, when it comes to Te Mano Te Wai, and let's say we're all commissioners making a decision on a water permit, do we then apply those principles across not only the water permit, but I don't know, there might also be some landscape provision or something in a complex consenting process. So I'm just trying to understand, is it broader than just fresh water when it comes to Te Mano Te Wai?
So just one clarification. The law is now changing so that you won't be able to consider Te Mano Te Wai for consent applications. I think that's important to note. The government signalled that and we expect that change to come out soon. So, and the way that good plans should work is that you get the framework right at the planning level and then you don't need to go into all of that detail at the consent level. So the plan does need to articulate Te Mano Te Wai, and it is about the health of the water. But it's not about the health of the water in isolation because the NPS recognises that everything is connected. And so what you do on the land impacts the water and what you do in the water impacts the land. So you do need to have that more holistic view. And our interpretation, your interpretation of Te Mano Te Wai as articulated in the RPS does that. It has that broader lens. Rakatira Taka is just one of the ways that you can give effect to Te Mano Te Wai. It doesn't broaden it. It's just a mechanism to do it, like processing consents is a mechanism to do it, like activity status. So there's a whole lot of different methods to implement Te Mano Te Wai, enabling mana whenua to have Rakatira Taka as one of those ways that we can implement Te Mano Te Wai.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thanks. I had a question about another part of table 2. Is this the appropriate moment for that?
Through the rest of table 2.
So we're just starting on the Te Mana o Te Wai road.
Okay.
There's still more to come with it, table 2.
Happy to wait. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm really happy if I've got this out thing. It is Te Mana o Te Wai, but it's a reference to regenerative electricity generation, or renewable electricity generation, because there were some questions about whether that was a part 3, a third priority, or something higher in the submissions. Does that make sense? And I couldn't see it anywhere else. So I'm raising it now. I'm really happy that you tell me it's electricity is going to come somewhere else.
Can I jump in? So that issue of how the hierarchy and priorities work is, it should hopefully be resolved through the RPS. There's been a lot of submissions on that. So there are some ties with how that works. It was brought through Plan Change New Zealand, but the judge made a decision on it.
Yeah.
We do need to articulate that through.
Really happy to leave it, but I wanted to address it sometime, please.
There was just a comment made that we're not using Te Mana o Te Wai in the consent process because of an indication from government that it's going to be stopped. Could I just clarify that?
Yes, it has been a public statement from the government that they are going to introduce a law change that removes the need to assess Te Mana o Te Wai through consent applications, and we're just waiting for that to go through. Because at the moment, we still would, if Joe's team receives an application today, and that doesn't change, but it has been a specific statement made, and we're anticipating that change to the RMA to come through this year.
So so you're working on that specific statement, but we have had a specific statement that the MPSFM and the NES are changing, are being reviewed and being changed. In the
context of the discussion this morning, and Andrew's comment around Te Mana o Te Wai and the use of that during consent processing, what we're pointing out is that it's been made very clear by the government that they are introducing a change that removes the need. At the moment, as it stands, if the team receive a consent today, they will assess Te Mana o Te Wai as part of that consent application. But again, just passing on the messaging that we are receiving out of Wellington.
Thanks, Richard. Thank you.
thank you. You can carry on from here.
Okay, so the next 2 items on the slide are to do with the use of rakaterataka in the plan, and a related point about iwi involvement in planning processes. So some parties have opposed the use of rakaterataka because it's not a term used in the NPS FM itself, and there's some question about how it's defined. The concept of rakaterataka is explained in the contextual part of the Mana Whenua chapter. There's a description of what that concept means and how it's applied in resource management. It refers to the exercise of mana or authority by Mana Whenua, and that forms a part of one of the 6 principles of Te Mana o Te Wai as they're set out in the NPS FM. So for that reason, we consider that there is an explanation of the concept, and it is not explicitly, but certainly implicitly referenced in the NPS FM. There's also a comment about the involvement of Mana Whenua in planning and consenting processes being costly and inefficient. That is set out. ORC's processes for involving Mana Whenua in resource management processes are set out in the Memorandum of Understanding, and the provisions of the plan are consistent with that. So even if the plan said something different, the Memorandum of Understanding still stands. Happy to take questions on those 2.
Thank you, Felicity. Any questions? Kevin?
Well, I fully understand the concept, but in the process of the plan process and us going to the next stages, and having said that we're not going back to phase 3 consultation respondents, we're not going back to them, before and it's not necessarily just on this topic alone. So before we put our final plan out, where do we get the opportunity to sit these people down and discuss options and understandings while we put that in there? And I think we had to do that in Plan Change 8, where the judge sent us back to have a chat around the table with people to say and balance things out. Is it that opportunity?
I think Anita's.
Yeah, so Plan Change 8, that happened post notification and in the hearing process. So the often through a hearing process, the judge will direct expert caucusing or post a decision mediation. In this process, we generally don't, and I don't have any experience of going back to parties after clause 3. What they will see is some commentary at a high level in the section 32. I know we talk about that a lot in terms of how the plan has responded to it, and then they'll submit. If they're still not happy with it and they're happy with the explanation in the section 32, then they will submit on the plan, and a hearing stand will make that decision ultimately.
So if I've got this here, section 32 should cover a lot of that sort of stuff off.
Yeah, and not, I mean, you won't necessarily see word for word what you submitted through your clause 3 feedback, but you'll see commentary around some suggestions we've had to change things and why we may or may not have adopted those.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, Anita. Andrew.
Thanks, Lloyd. I've got 2 questions. One with regards to Rakatira Taka, and we've got some legal minds in the room. Are we on solid ground in terms of going forward with that included, knowing that it's not in the RMA? And my other second question is around the involvement with iwi consent process, which I agree with, because they bring a lot to the table and add value. However, once again, an MOU isn't an RMA standing document, and I just wondered whether we could have any direction from the legal minds around the table that would help us to understand whether there's any risk.
Kia ora. As that discussion was unfolding, I just picked up my NPSFM to see whether I could trace back through the 6 principles to see whether the concept of Rakatira Taka could be grounded properly within the framework of the NPSFM, and looking at the way in which the principle of mana whakahere, I should say, comes through. I can see that that concept, as I understand it, can be landed within that principle. So as you work through the way in which those principles are coming through the NPSFM, and when you also look at the framework that deals with tangata whenua involvement in the development of plan-making functions, and clause 3.4 in particular of the NPSFM, I can see that that work in partnership with iwi in the region provides a safe platform for the use of Rakatira Taka to be coming through on the plan. So from a legal perspective, I'm comfortable that there is a legally safe framework within which to ground this concept, but ultimately it will be and can be tested through a hearing process. So it's not a situation where I say actually red flag here. I do see a basis on which it can be grounded.
And the MOU, using an MOU as a basis of justification of iwi involvement.
I see that as a part, but not the only part or the only driver. It's part of what is quite a complicated jigsaw puzzle that is put together over a period of time that articulates how you will work together with your iwi partners on subjects such as this. I do think you can ground the concept back through the NPSFM and the RMA as well, but the MOU perhaps gives that some colour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Everett.
Oh, just a little on Rakatira Taka. There is a term kaitiakitanga in the RMA. It was an invented word. And then it had to be clarified by a law change to so everyone understood only mana whenua, could exercise kaitiaki taka. Kaitiaki taka is the practical expression of whakatira taka. You can't have one without the other. So there's that element as well that goes with what is already in the RMA. In the MOU, the first one we ever developed with our regional council was going back into the 90s and come out of section 6E, 7A and 8 of the RMA Act, which caused us to have to come together and establish the nature of the relationship and how we work together. So I think the responses from the staff to those questions are on mark.
Thank you, Edward. Any other discussion? If not, we can move on.
Great. So if we go over the page to land management.
Page 8.
Jade, yes. The only row on that page. Some parties are seeking, some parties consider that the plan is too focused on water and doesn't provide a sufficient enough framework for managing land. Some of those comments don't come with a request for specific amendments, so it's a little bit hard to know exactly what additional type of direction those parties are seeking. Some parties have been more specific about their requests and in particular wanting to see better implementation of some concepts introduced by the NPS for Indigenous biodiversity. In terms of the staff response, without more clarity on what particular changes the parties want to see, it's a little bit hard to try and respond to that. The NPS does contain mandatory actions for ORC, but it landed into the second half of last year and wasn't something that was factored into the engagement on this plan or the scope of the plan preparation. And a lot of the actions falling on ORC under that document require identifying particular areas and mapping them, which isn't work that has been done. So the recommendation at the moment is not to make any changes in response to the feedback from those parties, noting that there will need to be a future plan change to give effect to the NPS IB when ORC has carried out the identification and mapping work.
Thank you, Felicity. Okay.
Thanks, Felicity. Look, I think a plan that is so focused on freshwater understandably in the process may miss the end best outcomes if we don't understand the Indigenous biodiversity. So the question is, acknowledging that you suggest plan change, when is that scheduled, or would that work, how long will that work take to give us a plan as suggested by many spinners that would make more sense if it was integrated?
Felicity, I might answer that because you won't have oversight over ORC's work programs, but the LTP has set up those work programs to do the mapping and analysis that we need to do, and then the plan change will be factored down the time. We had a plan change factored in year 3 of the LTP to do a number of things, and this can be one of those things.
Yeah, but we haven't specifically got the timeframe for this.
No, and we haven't got clarity over the work yet, and we understand the NPSIB may change, which may change the scope of that work.
Thank you, Anita.
Okay.
Yeah, there was certainly one submitter that was very strong on the fact that we on us adding, or RRC adding, a regional biodiversity strategy, and that was, a lot of that was around what you've said about highly mobile fauna. So I would assume, yeah, and reading their submission, I thought, well, that sounds to be a very sound path to go down. So am I hearing from policy that this is an option, but it is further down the track and would would require a plan change.
So two separate things. We'll need to do a plan change for the regulatory aspects of managing biodiversity, and that is a plan change down the track. The consideration of a regional biodiversity strategy is one that you need to have as councillors in relation to LTP and your non-regulatory actions that you undertake. We do have a regional biodiversity strategy and an action plan, and they are in the process of being updated. So the opportunity to pull some of that clause 3 feedback into that process is absolutely available to you.
So if we have an existing one, is that can we accommodate that submitted by putting referencing that to the plan, or is that out of scope?
So it's out of scope because it's a non-regulatory action, but I think that the key thing is to feed this back to the team that are doing the biodiversity strategy review to make sure that they can pick that up and we can connect that submitter up to make sure that they know that that process is happening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Andrew?
Thanks, Lloyd. I've done a little more, memory serves me right, but there was a number of submitters that talked about strengthening the connection between the land and water plan and the pest plan in relation to biodiversity enhancement, and obviously with pest and predator control. And also they talked about the climate change impact as well. So I'm not sure whether in the summary here from staff whether we've picked up on that.
Yes, that feedback predominantly came through in relation to the agrochemicals provisions of the plan, because it's the pest plant control is a large part of ORC and other organisations like LINZ's statutory functions. So yes, that feedback did come through, and we probably considered it more on a rule by rule basis in terms of which rules would affect them and how do we need to provide a pathway for them.
Thank you.
We will be coming to that.
Any other questions, queries? So we can move on, Felicity.
Right. So the last point on that slide, I think we discussed before in response to Councillor Wilson's question. So unless there's any further questions on that, I'm suggesting that we move on to the next matter.
So can I just check that everyone's comfortable with table 2, because the next matter is on table 3.
No, we're still on table 2.
Sorry.
Table 2, yeah. I think we.
Yeah, fine, Felicity.
I think we move on.
Yep.
Felicity.
Right.
Something on table 2?
No, we're still
going. So we're still in table 2, but this time we're on page 6.
John.
So this, most of the feedback on this particular topic came from internal staff. The RMA requires when a council is considering permitting a discharge, it must be satisfied that certain adverse effects in the water body are not going to arise. And there has been some recent case law that that requires some pretty careful consideration and using conditions on those permitted activity rules that will ensure that those adverse effects don't arise. The way that we have implemented that requirement in the land and water plan is by using receiving water standards. So the scientists have provided us with advice on standards for contaminant concentrations in water following a discharge of a contaminant, and they are generally sort of an amount of change that's acceptable that you would consider results in a minor or less than minor adverse effect on the water, meaning that the statutory responsibility is implemented. The way that we had applied it in the plan was to permitted activities, and there was the standards, the water quality standards were applied after reasonable mixing, which is essentially your discharge goes into the water and there's an area where there's a bit of mixing between the discharge and the water itself, and then you measure the water quality at the edge of that mixing area. The feedback that we got from compliance officers was that applying a mixing zone which had some parameters about on size of the mixing zone based on the size of the water body, would be really difficult to implement in practice because, you know, if you're saying it's, for example, 2/3 of the wetted bed of a river, staff might not be able to access the other side of the river to know where 2/3 would be. Sometimes there's access issues along a river, which means that they might not have access to get to the end of a mixing zone. They also raised concerns that some of the discharges that they have taken enforcement action against currently would not have, they wouldn't have been able to take that action under the rules because of the mixing zone. The compliance officers went and spoke to Canterbury and Southland compliance officers about their experiences with applying mixing zones and got some pretty similar feedback from those councils about how difficult it has been to apply the mixing zones that those plans require. And then in the state, there wasn't a lot of stakeholder feedback on this particular issue, but the feedback that was received was in opposition to using mixing zones. So in discussion with compliance staff, we are now recommending applying the receiving water standards at the point of discharge rather than allowing for a mixing zone. And that will mean some reconsideration of where those standards, what types of activities those standards apply to. It's not going to be practical to apply, for example, a clarity standard to a disturbance in the bed of a river, because as soon as you disturb the bed, there'll be some change in the clarity. So we're just working through that kind of technical, how you apply these standards at the moment. We do still want to provide for using mixing zones for consented discharges, but instead of having a kind of a set formula for setting those areas, setting policy direction that will assist the consent officers to determine for that particular discharge and water body what is an appropriate size for the mixing zone. So on the whole, this change would increase the stringency of the permitted discharge rules. And that's why we've brought it back to you with a staff recommendation.
Thank you, Felicity. Okay.
Look, thanks, Felicity. This is an area my eyes are glazing over because I just don't quite understand it. So, but all the confidence process question, we've gone out to the clause 3. We've got some feedback that suggested it's technically really difficult to try and do what we're suggesting. Those industries that will be most affected will not have a heads up potentially that we're looking at changing this, or have I got that wrong? And what are those industries?
So industries with any kind of significant discharge are likely to have a consent for that discharge, particularly the large point source discharges, the industrial and kind of territorial authority type discharges. And so this change won't affect them because if they have a mixing zone, it's set through their consent process. We're talking about permitted activities here, which are generally much smaller scale activities. It's less likely to be those large industrial ones.
So can I just give an example? Something like, and I think the submission on it, the suction dredging is a permitted activity up to a certain size nozzle, and that's all up for up for debate. But its discharge would potentially be affected by this, and that's permitted activity. That's one of the permitted activity, because it's fine to give a permitted activity, but if your discharge then becomes something that you can't comply with, then it's not a permitted activity. Really.
Yes, and I would say as a general comment that we are going through each of the beds of lakes and rivers rules and considering whether the receiving water standards should still apply to each of those rules, including suction dredging, because it's not going to be practical for those activities occurring in the bed to have the standards applying right where the activity is occurring. So yeah, we're running a practical ruler over those rules at the moment, and some will be in and some will be out.
Can I just respond to the process part? So, the clause 3 stakeholders don't have visibility over what other people have asked for. So, there might be multiple instances where a change comes through the plan as a result of clause 3 that somebody perhaps isn't expecting, not just isolated to this.
I absolutely appreciate that this is the one, yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Kevin?
I suppose the issue I have with this is that it appears, and I hope it isn't the case, that the bigger you are as a discharger, i.e. Sewage treatment plants, the more likely you are to be able to, the less stringent demands is going to be on what you're discharging. It just seems to me that the small fella who may be doing something absolutely minimal is going to get beaten up quite quickly, and I'm not against that, but the big fella is going to get something not as stringent as the wee fella or fella-esque. It just doesn't, I'm just not sure if that's the right way to be attacking it.
It's actually the other way around. So the wee fella can get a permitted activity and not need a consent, whereas the big guy's got to get a consent potentially as a discretionary activity, and they're subject to more scrutiny and stringency.
But are you now not making it tougher on the smaller one by doing this?
So the rule itself will potentially become more stringent, but there's still a permitted activity pathway available.
Right. Okay.
And there's policy direction for those consented discharges that they have to demonstrate how they are working towards achieving those same in-stream standards. Yep. So everyone's working to the same standard. It's just that there's a little bit more flexibility in exactly how they apply in the process for improving the quality of the discharge in a consenting framework compared to in a permitted activity rule.
Right. So it will be in the final wording that will be the key to have that balance right, I suppose. But I understand. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Have any other discussions around mixing zones, receiving water? Now we'll move on. Thanks, Felicity.
Thank you. Right, so we are returning to the start of table 2, page 3 on consent duration. So to provide some context, in 2023, the RMA was amended to include direction on the duration of particular consents, including water permits and discharge permits. And that direction was essentially that there would be a 10-year consent duration unless you met particular exceptions, and they were mostly in relation to infrastructure projects. So you could get a longer consent duration for large infrastructure projects. So in response to that, the Land and Water Plan included a similar policy that provided for that same thing, a 10-year basis, and a pathway for longer term consent durations for those larger scale projects. Rightly, a lot of parties have pointed out that those amendments to the RMA have now been removed, and so the policy in the plan at the moment is referring to a regime that doesn't exist anymore. However, there was quite a divergence of views in the responses about whether ORC should carry on with the approach in the plan anyway, or whether there should be a different approach taken. Essentially, some parties have pointed out that it can be really difficult to get investment certainty when you only have short-term or 10-year consent durations, and that affects the ability of people to invest in infrastructure or projects that are going to actually improve their resource use over time. On the other side of things, parties have pointed out that the RMA provides a 35-year maximum, and without direction in the plan, consent officers are left to try and justify any reduction from 35 years. This ties into quite strongly into the, I guess, the long-term visions in particular, but also the interim target attribute states. Some parties consider that if you are granting consents for long periods of time, then if it turns out in 10 years' time that you're not making the progress towards targets that you had anticipated that you would, you don't get a second opportunity to revisit those activities. They are still consented and can carry on in the same terms for however long that consent is granted for. So what we are recommending, the internal feedback as well from consent officers was that they would very much appreciate having guidance in the plan about what the presumption should be about consent duration, and direction on when it's appropriate to grant for longer and when it's appropriate to grant for shorter durations. So the recommendation that we have for you today is to retain the core of the policy as it exists at the moment, i.e. there's a presumption for a 10-year term, but there are avenues for seeking longer durations.
Yep, thank you, Felicity. Kate?
Thank you. And we're in a structure where long-term consent is 35 years, right? And a short-term, I think, and short-term duration in Plan Change 7 was 6. I'm having real issues to understanding, given that we argued that we were going to do short-term consents in order to get our land and water plan out, how a 10-year in that context is anything but short. And so we argued that we were going to be doing a refix. I'm just wondering what a medium-term consent in 35 years would mean, given those time frames, those years.
There isn't a definition of what short, medium, and long is, except for long is 35. I think the direction from you has been.
No, we argued short term was 6, and sorry, in the Plan Change 7, and there was quite a lot of discussion about what short term was.
Yes, but short term can also be 1. I've seen 1 year consent. So the point is there's a scale, and you need to set the consent duration at a level that you think is appropriate. So we've landed on 10. We think that's appropriate. It's matches what ECAN, Environment Southland, most other regional councils do in terms of enabling some security of investment and an activity to be undertaken but not offering resources up for an indefinite period of time as well.
Okay.
But you know, if that's an area that you want us to go back and explore, then we can. There isn't a magic number.
Sorry, I think also what has happened is the legislation's changed in that time, and this doesn't show any change in that legislation. So I'm just putting that out there. The second question I had is, reading the plan, we're really clear that some things would get long term, like and it's consistent with the RMA, the renewable energy, for example. But I can't understand how you can pull parts of regeneration away from where the schemes are really mixed. They're embedded into irrigation or community water supply, how you can pull those apart. Because, and that's where I was getting very confused how you read this. Where is that layer in this consent term and that thinking?
So if I clarify, if you're talking about if someone applies for hydro and irrigation and
often these schemes are like that.
Yeah, so they will get 1 term for all of those uses through our consent framework. So the plan would provide guidance, and the RMA provides the backstop.
But your suggestion at the moment would be 10 years.
My understanding is that for it's 10 years is kind of the default, but there could be longer term for some of the other activities. So like in that list on the right hand side, it talks about some of the things when you might go longer than 10. Correct me if I'm wrong, Felicity.
No, that's correct. The current policy, based on what the RMA did say last year, exempted operation, upgrading or maintenance of existing hydro schemes from the 10-year requirement, and the construction, operation, upgrading and maintenance of renewable electricity generation, but it did exclude new hydro facilities that connect to the national grid. And I think that was in light of not wanting to make allocation decisions before the NPSFM had been implemented in regional plans. There's an option here to have we don't have to use what the RMA said. And I think that there is good reason to have longer consent durations for some types of activities, and particularly if they're not in a catchment that's over allocated.
Thank you. So we're asking questions. I haven't yet seen when we're so you're going to ask us at the end of this, because I think this is one that is, they're obviously looking for more direction. How are we going to deal with that direction setting today? That's a question for later. I mean, I presume at the end of this we're going to have that chance.
I think it'd be useful as we go through if you could flag the topics that you would like to be able to reconsider.
I think we take the guide from the legislation changing. Yep. Seems to be what we do.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm inclined to support a longer term consent duration, and I do wonder to help protect against any environmental degradation or whatever, our regulatory regime in terms of monitoring compliance, etc., needs to be up to scratch. So I think there's a bit of a trade-off if we are prepared to provide that longer certainty, whether it's for bankable reasons, whether it's for TAs, for discharge activities or whatever. Alongside that, clearly there needs to be a mechanism to ensure that they are doing the right thing and meeting their consent conditions. So I think we need to have a robust monitoring compliance regime if we're prepared to back a longer duration of consent.
Thank you, Andrew. Brian?
Cool. I actually like what's written in the first bullet point, where it basically says the consent duration no longer than 10 years unless, and the examples are given, nationally and regionally significant infrastructure catchment is not over allocated. And the third point where it says longer term will enable progressive upgrades over the life of the consent. So there'll be a condition in there that while they say 10 years, there'll be reassessment points. And I think so that, yeah, I support that first bullet point. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Alan?
Thank you. Look, I'll just note while I'm speaking that actually I found this summary table very helpful, and in particular the staff comments and analysis. It's been really good to have that there. Look, just to clarify a couple of things. In the second column, that fourth point, the fourth dot there, it notes a significant change. Well, that's, am I right to think that's saying that there's a risk in granting long consents, and meaning, I think here, longer than 10 years, that's where the risk that granting consent for long durations may affect the ability to scale up on the policy risk later on. Right? Thank you. Good. And look, just in the third column there, the last dot, which is over on the next page, there's a great deal in that. But I'm just wondering if you could talk around that a bit more, where you're saying the approach, greater certainty, I understand that, but recognises in some areas a multi-decade approach required to achieving target attribute states and environmental outcomes. That bit about, can you talk, give me a bit more understanding of that bit about that multi-decade approach may be required and how that would work?
Yes, absolutely. So some of the long-term visions have timeframes that are late 2040s and to 2050. It's really difficult to predict how policy settings now will get to where will achieve outcomes in that long term. It's really difficult to try and model those impacts. So what I was referring to in the table was for those catchments that have long-term vision timeframes, 20, 30 years from now, there are interim target attribute states that need to be met along the way. What there is a risk of with setting long-term consent durations as a default is that perhaps in 10 years you get to your first interim target attribute state and you are not achieving it, or you're quite some way from achieving it. The mechanism then is that you have to do more in the second part of the time frame in order to meet the long-term vision. But if your key activities are operating under consents that don't expire, it's difficult to scale up the policy settings in the plan at that point. So there's a mixture of thinking about providing certainty to people so that they know coming in what are the what's the council thinking as a starting point in terms of duration, and when are the situations that I might get a longer or shorter duration. That kind of certainty is helpful for people to understand what they need to demonstrate in their applications in the first place if they want to get a longer duration. But it also provides a bit more clarity about how the council is considering those applications.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Firstly, we have a question being given.
Yeah, I was just thinking about instances where a longer term consent might be possible. And yeah, I think it does come down to thinking about that just then, probably does come down to over allocation and what's going on in that catchment. And when we think about over allocation, it's not just about water quantity, it's water quality in the context of this plan as well. So that if you've got a case where you've got poor water quality or you've got not quite enough water down the stream, and we know why that's happened in Otago over the years, and that actually increasing that flow over time might be a really useful tool for a number of reasons, also to do with the water quality as well in some catchments. It might be the most effective and efficient way to solve some problems. So yeah, I think shorter term for over allocated is important, but I mean, yeah, I was thinking about as well in those contexts. The issue then is that if you're in an over allocated catchment and you're doing absolutely everything really well yourself, yeah, is there ever a situation when actually for that whole catchment, backing winners, I suppose, some things are winners, maybe they should be able to continue and have some certainty and some bankability. So that's the other thing that I was weighing up. Thanks.
Thank you, Christian. We have given info.
Yeah, just going back to Alan's point on that last bullet point, but is that not sort of counter to what you've got on the bullet point of your recommendation? Longer term will enable progressive upgrades over the life of consent. So to me, that sort of swings against what you're saying in that one. So that longer term.
So I think what we're saying is the way that you could craft a policy on this is that you could say that there's a presumption of 10 years, but you'll get longer if you can demonstrate that over the course of that consent, you're going to make the improvements that are going to help resolve over allocation. And if you're thinking of for the likes of a stormwater network, a TA operated stormwater network or a wastewater network, having that longer term certainty is really important for them. And it could still be working towards achieving your long-term visions because it's got particular points in the consent where they have to have reached a particular level of service or completed a particular upgrade. So I think the two things can go hand in hand. Certainly the recommendation I'm not making is that there should only be a 10-year duration for everything. I certainly think there should be an option for longer durations for the types of things that are going to achieve the outcomes in the longer term. What we don't want to see, I guess, is status quo rolling over for another 20 or 30 years before there's an opportunity to revisit those activities.
Okay, understand that. So further to that, on my own, you're saying there that nationally or regionally significant infrastructure catchment is not over allocated. What do we regard as regionally significant infrastructure? Have we got a list of that?
That's defined in the RPS.
So, in Central Otago, the infrastructure for pip fruit orchards, would that be called regionally significant? And if not, why not?
Which infrastructure are you talking about? Is that the irrigation or the distribution?
The irrigation, the trellises, the actual farms, the farm setup, the root stock, the production unit. Would that not be regionally significant? And would that get the same thoughts as a bridge or a region?
On-farm infrastructure is unlikely to meet the definition of being regionally significant, except for irrigation schemes. So there was a staff recommendation in the RPS process to include irrigation schemes in the definition of regionally significant infrastructure. Whether the hearing panel's accepted that, I mean, we don't know yet, but certainly there was a recommendation to include those irrigation schemes.
Right, on page, starting on page 535 of the phase 3 consultation, you've got a really strong submission, and it's followed by other ones requesting consents for longer periods for food production, and especially where that food production that is reducing emissions, and that stuff around. And I could give you an example of that that's not in the submission, but it would be 50 hectares of walnut trees or 50 hectares of apples that are significant investment that you wouldn't even consider doing, and we're pushing towards. We're wanting more food production. We're wanting more less emissions. So these people, for a 10-year consent, you wouldn't even start because they're taking 10 years to get established. So where are we?
So I wonder in that situation whether it's there's another consideration about providing longer term durations for activities that are going to better contribute to the outcomes. You know, if you know, one of the things that we've been tackling is, and there's been a reasonable amount of feedback on, is, I guess, enabling land use change towards uses that are more sustainable over the long term and particularly resilient to climate change effects. Certainly that's another consideration that you could have in your policy about when it's appropriate to grant a longer duration, if it's enabling that change in use that would assist with achieving outcomes.
Yeah, and look, just probably further that is that the actual root stock of these plants, no matter what you decide, you know, they're going to survive on water. And if we're not allowing a longer than 10 year, and you've got a 35-year window, I just think we have to really look hard at making sure, because that if you look at the regional significance of fruit in Central Otago, especially, there's plenty of other areas in Otago you could be growing fruit. I think that's really important to have that in there somewhere, and that regionally significant part, food production. Yeah.
Thanks, Kevin. I've got Tim and Kate.
I guess I'm just adding further to this feedback in terms of the economic certainty or the long-term certainty for investment. Significant investment would need to be made in terms of water reservoirs, storage. There needs to be a longer term certainty in terms of consents if there's going to be that level of investment made. And I guess a practical application might actually be the work that needs to be done on Falls Dam, and the huge amount of investment that would be required in that. So in terms of a practical application, how would you see something like that taking place under these rules?
So I think it's really important to that we can't be speaking publicly about a project that may or may not get off the ground. But and I'm not going to let Jo answer this because she's got a consent hat on. But every application for consent is considered on its merits, and the way that this currently is drafted is it says that if your project has regionally or nationally significant infrastructure, then you'd get considered to have a longer time frame. And obviously, as part of a consent process, a consent officer is going to be aware that bigger projects take a long time to materialise and need more ability for longer durations than something that's a bit smaller. So that's all something that would be considered. I think that's something that was a significant infrastructure project would have a good opportunity of getting more than 10 years. But again, we can't speak to it because you need to have the application in front of you and you need to understand what's happening.
Thank you. Kate?
Well, thank you. Just on that point, it should be nationally or regionally significant, not and. One is, yeah, I think. Thank you, Kevin, for bringing up alternative land uses. I'm just going to say, look, I think we have to be really realistic here. We've gone from 10 and then we talk 35 long. There is a huge number of years in between there, and there's a whole lot of other reasons that you might do something. But there are a heck of a lot of consents where people have got very little water, and this would be, and so we're not dealing with quantum here. Quantum should be there, and the proportion of the farm that is irrigated or used, or what they use it for, should be in that mix. So if you've got a 5 litre a head, and 5 litre a second, which there are consents out there, to do this every 6-10 years is exceedingly expensive process, especially if they're no allocated. I mean, they're doing very little effect, but quantum needs to be in there. And the other part of this that doesn't lead us to where we want to, I think, be is a catchment wide approach, where you get people. I think the end result that a lot of people see as the answer for this is catchments working effectively together. I think that's what we've talked about in the past. This doesn't get you to that point. And how, you know, I'm absolutely amazed how hard some people are working to keep river levels up and to ensure allocations are limited. But we're not looking at some of those actual practical stuff on the ground, how people are doing that in this submission, and these ideas. So, and a realistic practical response. There is a huge difference between 10 years and 35, and we don't seem to have moved the ruler with the change in the legislation yet. We have for other things. So I think we need to be consistent with how we see that ruler moving. What I would be happy with is 10 years where it fits into other consents coming up, and that makes it a process as a catchment scale. But to use that as your rule, you know, that is short term in my mind, in a rule of 0 to 35 years. So I think it's a bit unrealistic to say that that's the default.
Okay, I'll have Brian.
Cole, I've heard a number of times the reference to irrigation schemes, but I think staff have already confirmed that that irrigation schemes will fit under the definition of significant regional infrastructure. Kevin gave the example of the walnut trees. What other resource consents are required to plant walnut trees other than irrigation?
None.
Yeah, well, exactly. So what's the problem? You know, we're talking about walnut trees.
The problem is, in your definition, you have not said anywhere that irrigation schemes are regionally significant, and that's what I said right at the very start. So the problem is, if I'm going to get for my 5 litres a second, and which is probably all I need for walnut trees, if I'm going to spend $15,000 to get a consent and only get 10 years, it doesn't add up.
No, fair enough, but they've previously confirmed the irrigation.
Yes, but that was the question right at the start, so it was already answered. So if I've got that in writing somewhere, well, it'll be quite good. But if it's not in writing, I'm not going to go on hearsay, Brian. Simple as that.
Hey, hang on, mate. Can we just get some clarification around the irrigation schemes? My understanding is the actual irrigation scheme would be regionally significant as opposed to on-farm irrigation infrastructure.
And can I just clarify, that was an officer's recommendation as part of the RPS, and we don't have that decision yet, and we don't know if the hearing panel have accepted it. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for that. A comment from myself, I just found that I think it's the second bullet point. Basically, amendments will be required to make the policy fit for purpose. I think it gives a wee bit of leeway. And I probably I understand where it's coming. And I think there's always leeway in consent applications if you can show, if you've got a good case to get longer consents. The base is 10, but you know, there's always applications for a good case. And I think there's probably we probably need a bit of clarification around that. Like I quite like the idea of if you're making, like if your application is going to have a positive effect on the receiving area, you know, there's probably a good cause to look at longer term consents, and it's going to have a, you know, it's going to have a positive environmental impact and positive economic impact. That's probably makes it even more aligned for the longer term. So I think it's just a matter of, it's a wee bit around the application, around around how the consents operate, I think. So giving you
the question would be, if the RPS, which I think a fellow Skelton said we should clear off the RPS before we actually got into this process, but we haven't been able to. So if the RPS comes back and says that irrigation schemes aren't a part of regionally significant infrastructure, can we list them as regionally significant infrastructure in our land and water plan?
I think rather than trying to amend that definition, you could probably just have a different consideration in the policy. And what I'm hearing from you is something about providing a longer duration for projects that are demonstrating an improvement in the way that they use resources, whether that's irrigation or whether that's a discharge or some other type of land use. What we really want to enable is longer term durations where those activities are improving the way that they use the resources, or they're helping to phase out over allocation, that kind of more general pathway than maybe listing specific types of infrastructure might provide a bit more flexibility.
I understand where you're heading, but at the end of the day, that won't cut the mustard because it's not specific to, and I'd even want a definition around irrigation schemes, because people can have their own irrigation scheme being for one farm if they've got an aquifer bore, or if they've got a single point take. So, and that to me could still be regionally significant if it is part of a major pip fruit or low emitting food producer. So I'm actually struggling with that, having to wait for an RPS that I still don't know about to determine whether I can get a description of something that's pretty forcefully requested.
I think we need to come back and have a conversation about consent duration, and I think we can hear that feedback. I think what Felicity is saying is there's probably a quicker and easier solution than trying to amend the definition in the RPS. That'll be subject to appeals and maybe some time away. So I think we've heard that there's appetite for a discussion on how we can have a more holistic consideration of what maybe isn't defined in the RPS as regionally significant, but plays a regionally significant part. And I think we can build that into the plan and have that. You can have that conversation to enable that conversation to happen.
On
Mine was the same, pretty much, except it should be principles based, which is pretty much what Felicity was saying, that if you're a small guy, if you're a good, which is what you were saying too, Kevin, small guy, big guy, whatever, as long as you are, what Lloyd said, a net positive, or you are working towards that over time, yeah, then I think that flexibility is important, rather than listing specifically which activity in which instance. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Christian. We have Elliot and Edward.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that obviously it sounds like there might be need for further discussion about those specified circumstances, but as it stands, I'm very comfortable with the staff recommendation there.
Thank you, Elliot. Edward?
Yeah, I'm just talking about the 10-year base. Strongly believe the council should firmly hold on to that, given the knowledge that's been built up over water allocation issues, quantity, quality. To move off the 10-year base. There are exceptions. I mean, it's referred to in the recommendation. I think it's a fundamental building block that the council must hold on to if it's going to fulfil its functions to maintain and improve water quality in the region in a responsible way.
Thank you, Edward.
On 20 years, 20 years should be the absolute, should be the boundary, and you've already got on there that water short catchments and the likes, you're going to have more stringent rules on, and that's when you would come off the 20 years. So if a catchment has got water available, you should be at 20 years, simply around, and if you want people, if you want us to produce food, if you want it to be produced with certainty, and you want us to reduce emissions, you've got to give these people the opportunity to make the investment for the good of the environment. Simple. You need 20 years, and if and that still gives the staff the opportunity to decrease that time frame. It's going to be very hard for staff to shift it up from that 10 years. It should be at 20 years with those conditions in there. So 20 years absolute minimum.
Thanks, Kevin. We got all that.
I'd just like to say that I think we should be sitting at the 10 years. I think there's a lot of I think we should be sitting at the 10 years. I think you've got it right here. There's a lot to be balanced in terms of Indigenous biodiversity, sediments, and there's a lot of submissions from our stakeholders that support that. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Alexa. I think what we've got probably got some homework to do. I think there's been a direction on the table for policy people to review the consent timeframes and how we, in light of the discussions today, come back to us, I guess.
I think if we can get some more specificity around the times when you would go for longer, I think that's what I've heard, a lot of different ideas, and I think we can come away with something. I think we've got the gist of what the table's looking for. So yeah, happy to come back on that.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. So I think it's weighing up the environmental impact and the investment, etc. But having the baseline as the maintaining or improving the environment has been never investments being made. But anyway, I think that's something we can come back to. It's not something we'll solve today. So I think Felicity, can you carry on to your next?
It's actually the end from me, and I think we were planning to have a break around now, or are we carrying on to Reece?
Yeah, I think
table 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's what I was going to say. I think just before we break, so this is pretty much the table 2 on our.
There is one point in table 2 on page 5 about renewable electricity generation. That point is predominantly affects the water quantity and damming provisions, and so we had planned to discuss that particular topic this afternoon alongside those water quantity and damming topics. Just fits a bit better.
Wait. Anything else on the table too? We got about natural lakes.
Oh,
so just Felicity, we just want to make sure before we move off table 2, we don't need to cover everything else if there's no questions, because they have got the notes in terms of staff. Now it's just giving councillors the chance, if there is anything else that hasn't been covered off specifically, to ask that question now, noting that we will come back to that renewable electricity generation road, which is outlined.
yes, the only other thing that appears in the table is natural lakes, and yeah, we're not recommending a change to that. There was a little bit of commentary from parties on it, but not suggesting any changes, so I hadn't planned to discuss it, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Felicity. I think the room seems pretty happy where we're at with that table. I think we've got lunches going at like 12 o'clock, so I think we might just have like a 2-minute stand-up turnaround, and then we can carry on from there. Thank you. So just adjourn 2 minutes again.
So just for clarity, we're moving right to the end of the table, just about to page 29, and we're going to have other discharges. And then after that, we'll move to waste, which is table 10. And that's probably what we'll get through before lunch, I'm thinking.
So table 11, other,
yeah,
page
29.
Other discharges. Here we go.
Kia ora, guys. So yeah, page 29, table 11. So for the other discharges, chapter plan, this is just looking at all the other discharges, which aren't sort of caught by all the other chapters. So generally, the feedback was pretty supportive of the approach taken. Yeah, and there were just a lot of sort of small minor suggestions to wording and maybe some definitions to be sort of incorporated into the plan. And well, yeah, about half the feedback, if not more, was in relation to the agrochemical discharges to land, which at one of the last meetings we came up with the 3 options which were put in the plan to go for consultation. So the first option from there was limiting the discharges within 20 metres or within setbacks to just the targeted ground application methods. The second option was to manage just pest species identified in the target's pest management plan within that 20-metre setback. And then the third option was just having no additional controls within the 20-metre setback, aside from the mixing of agrochemicals. And yeah, there's a wide range of views and there's support for all 3 of the options overall. But I think looking at the feedback, most of the sort of people who responded wanted some sort of control, so either option 1 or 2, which was either the ground application methods or the management of pest species within those setbacks. So, next slide. Oh yeah, next slide. Yeah, so there was no real change apart from we've come up with sort of just a new rule framework, which basically incorporates both those options 1 and 2 into a new rule. So essentially there'll be a new permitted activity rule, or well, not, yeah, a new one, which will be saying that you can undertake the ground application methods for management of pest species within those 20-metre setbacks, and that'll also be for sort of statutory pest management. So yeah.
Thank you, Reece. So, okay.
Reece, look, I'm just, sorry, I just want to check this. CSA, is that a water body or not in the definitions?
CSA.
Area?
Yeah.
I was checking.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to check the practicality of this. So what we're saying is a ground application method includes a truck and spray?
No.
No.
It's going to be, yeah, so like handheld devices and.
Yeah, okay. So the gun.
Yeah.
So if a forestry block wants to go and spray out for planting, or if a farmer wants to spray his paddock for doing a new crop, they cannot go within 20 metres of a water body unless they're doing it by hand. Just checking. That's what this does. You'd have to get consent. And the setbacks for fencing are generally 3. Yeah.
Yeah, there will be, I think there'll be space for freshwater farm plants to have sort of consent.
As an alternative pathway.
Yeah.
But that's not provided for some areas for 5 years. Right?
That's right.
When you talk about options, I thought we had options when we went out, but I can't see any blue writing in there. Did we just go with the 20 metres setback? Yeah.
So I know these were the 3 options that went out in the clause 3 plan.
So they all had a 20 metre setback?
No, option 3 had no setback at all, apart from mixing of agrochemicals within 20 metres away.
Yeah, I get that, but sorry, so what you've landed on is 20 metres. Have you mapped that onto any farms in areas like the Catlins, which have substantial waterways in them, and what that would do to the productivity of the farms before you come up with that as a suggestion?
Not yet.
I can't accept that. I can't accept that 20 metres in some areas would be an acceptable solution without some nuance onto why, because the effects in your section 32 will be absolutely substantial on the crops, and it will give a very unintended consequence potentially about the ability of those places to deal. It's not always just pests that we're dealing with there. Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Kieran?
You're just sorry to be a wee bit late back in, but are you comfortable that there was submissions around conducting biosecurity functions? So we're comfortable with the change that you proposed that will allow those organisations to do that?
Yeah, we're just trying to work that out at the moment, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
cool.
Yeah, trying to put a pathway for that, so that's a permitted activity.
Thank you.
So,
just for a bit of clarification, just looking at the plan, substances approved under HS HESNO are approved substances. Is that right? So approved substances can be sprayed closer than 20 metres to a riverway. Is that right?
Yes.
I was just going to say, declaring conflict of interest, obviously I'm a HESNO committee member for the EPA. It depends on the nature of the substance itself, so we're specific to each substance.
I'm just thinking of Kate's example of spraying close to waterways. There are some substances that can be sprayed closer to waterways as approved substances. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I'm pretty, that's what the wording says. If they're approved for use in those areas, then they'll be fine to use.
Okay, thank you.
So it's a bit of a minefield, to be honest, because there's quite a few sprays that are recommended for use in and over water that don't have a HESNO to go with it. I think we just got to be really careful that you don't get your unintended consequences. And like I'm pretty much similar to what Kate's saying. You got to make sure that you don't restrict normal farm activities accidentally. And pest management stuff's quite narrow as well. If you're only going allowed to spray plants that are in the pest management plan, like a lot of riparian planting will have significant weed burdens that aren't weeds that are not mentioned in the management plan. So I think it's more about the preciseness of the application, probably the thing that you need to be concentrating on. But 20 metres, if you can't use Roundup within 20 metres of a waterway, that's like a pretty big deal.
So just to be clear, it does still allow that targeted ground application methods within the setback zone. So yeah, but
yeah.
So those riparian planting situations, this would be permitted.
But Roundup in a paddock to direct drill it would have to be 20 metres away if it's Roundup. And so you've got 20 metres on potentially on several parts of the paddock. And sorry, I haven't had a response about the CSA and around the CSA or not.
I don't think so, but we will just confirm.
I just want to make sure that we know, and in fact we don't already concerns me, 20 metres when the fencing boundary, I think at the moment in the national policy statement is 3, is 17 metres away of unused paddock because you cannot crop it. And you will have long lanky grass here. I just want to make sure that you've considered the land management decisions that will be made in those areas, rank grass or whatever, while you're doing that, and the potential for more. When you've got it, so I have seen this whole discussion has made me go out and look at how people spray. I'm amazed how precise, good spraying is done around paddocks, and absolutely very precision. No drift, no nothing with truck booms and tractors. I don't care if you don't allow farmers to do it individually, but you have a potential for contractors who I think use them maintain, I'd like to think maintain machines better. I think farmers generally do it very, very well as well though. I'm just not sure what you're driving at here and what, I mean, I presume the risk is spray drift, but the unintended consequences and the loss of productivity is absolutely substantial in areas with huge numbers of waterways. And I can't see any regard to that.
Thank you, Kate. I think it was Kevin first, then Andrew.
So is the alternative for me with that 20-metre margin to, instead of direct drilling, saving on emissions and conserving the soil, is it then can I now go and I can still cultivate that 20-metre block, increase my emissions, increase the possibility of sediment loss? I'm just trying to, what I can do, because we heard the furore from forestry when we changed from the national rule out to our proposed 20 metres. I think isn't the from 5 to 20 metres, and the loss of productivity and the potential of weeds and vermin and the like. So yeah, I'm struggling with that 20 metres really. I'm really happy. I must admit, look, I'm really happy that we're stopping bad stuff going into our waterways. So that's not the issue with me. It's about the right mechanism to make the right outcome. And yeah,
I think there's 3 pathways. One is handheld application. You can use any other method, but then that's the second pathway. You can use any other method, but then you're tied to a specific purpose, which is like dealing with pests. And then there's this third one, which is the freshwater farm plans, but that doesn't kick in. So I suggest the team goes back and we kind of look at how we can deal with that transition period in between that kicks in. Or alternatively, and I think we should do that anyway, is kind of look again at the setbacks. But there are probably 2 ways of trying to tackle that problem.
Lloyd, can I just add one wee thing to that? And I really appreciate what you're going to try and do there. If I could just make one comment on intensive winter grazing, where at the moment we're still getting intensive winter grazing consents and heading towards freshwater farm plans to be the pathway for those, we are getting a huge, I'm getting plenty of phone calls, but I've just told them to make sure they still get them. Is that the cost of getting those short-term consents, when, especially in some areas where we're very close to getting our freshwater farm plans, is causing a lot of angst. So yeah, but I like your thoughts of where you're getting, but I just need to throw that in really.
Thanks, Kevin. We have Andrew then, Karen.
Thank you. Just trying to put my forestry hat on. Block of land that's sort of 20 degrees in terms of slope. Access would be limited. And if it was a 20-metre setback across that, setbacks from the waterways across that area is quite and such 100 hectares, it would be quite a significant amount of land that you would be wanting to try and control the weeds by hand. If you haven't got access, I'm just wondering the practicality of a situation like that. And on top of that, I'm just also wondering about the waterway definition is if it runs, I think it's more than 3 months intermittently. Is that correct? And I'm just thinking about the practicalities. Could you have the spraying take place when those waterways aren't? I'm not talking about streams and creeks and whatever. I'm talking about damp areas that tend to run for 2 or 3 months through the winter, and then for the other 8 or 9 months of the year that they're essentially aren't running. It's not running water. So I'm just thinking about the possibility of being able to deal with those sorts of situations with a mechanical or helicopter type spraying, where you haven't got a risk with the contamination of a water body. Just a thought.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's not a question.
Karen.
And I just wanted to thank you for offering to do that. And I just asked that there is a lot of debate around spray. Kate's right that one of the things is downwind spray issues. Again, it's also about issues of slope and what's tenable, but it's also the type of spray, because it's not just hand. There's a lot of mechanical, cab user sprays. There's helicopters. There's a whole range, and that does affect, in fact, where you have to put your meter. I'm just saying, this is now with the Has No hat on how far you put it out. So it is a difficult area. It's also a key area to look after the water table. It's absolutely key. So I know it's going to be a bit of work, but I think it'd be really good if we could get some good solid, if you're prepared to do some further work on that.
Thank you, Karen.
Yeah, Karen will know a lot more about that than probably any of us, but I think that's absolutely right that in this space, whether it be 20 metres or not, but the use of Roundup or whatever into the and already is really being questioned by a lot of even wide sectors. And yeah, I mean, again, we don't want to single out individual sectors or individual submissions or what they're doing, but to meet international market criteria in some of our sectors, we actually currently have quite stringent things around use of Roundup near waterways. They can't do it already. They need to use different, and sure, they might not kill weeds as well, but that's where we're kind of at. So understanding that space is actually pretty important. It is damaging to aquatic life.
Thanks, Richard. Do you have any comments on that? I think there's been some good feedback. I think there's been some good feedback to take back. You got some?
But just in response to Councillor Wilson's question about a critical source area, some are water bodies. That's the short answer. The way critical source area is defined is it includes natural wetlands, and natural wetlands are water bodies.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is I just want you to go and truth test your, give a practical hit of what that then means in some farms, in some locations. Because again, using an area that I am very, very lucky to spend a lot of time working on in Catlins, which has, you will, in that rule, really compromise farming practices. And that's an area which has got one of the high, I mean, they're really stretched in a whole lot of resource areas, population base and everything else. That will have a substantial effect. And you're about to go into section 32. If you want to recommend that, I think it's really sad that you actually haven't considered this at an EPMU level, because I think there's possibly different risks with at an EPMU level on this stuff. But anyway, if we're not truth testing this and we're going out blanketly thinking about this stuff and testing it in the Commissioner's time, I think we're wasting our community's time and we're wasting the Commissioner's time. Really. I just think we need to truth test it ourselves.
Thank you, Kate. Fleur, do you want to respond?
I guess I just come back to the fact that we did intend there to be a freshwater farm plan pathway for this rule. So I guess it's just kind of bearing that in mind. And as Tom said, maybe what we actually need here is a transition between, like right now, where there isn't a regime, and then there's a full freshwater farm plan regime. So yeah, I think.
Thank you, Fleur. Elliot?
I think it's worth taking a bit of a step back and acknowledging that things like Roundup and other glyphosate agrochemicals are banned in a whole bunch of countries, full stop. And so to allow these rules as a compromise, to me, and I think it's a perfectly reasonable compromise to allow those smaller scale methods within that boundary and the wider methods outside of a 20-metre setback. And so I'm comfortable with that recommendation as it stands.
Thank you, Elliot. I'm not so sure that Roundup per se is banned in any countries. But
it is.
Quite a few.
Yeah.
And some states in Australia.
So, sorry, I certainly do not want this to be about one particular product. I'm thinking of, if you want to do riparian planting, you actually need to sometimes get rid of cutty grass. It requires some different specific things. Otherwise, you just can, in our area, we can't get over it. And I don't use that. But there are instances where if you want to do large scale work, you will want to be doing it rather than hand spraying. I promise you.
I just averting the HESNO, like a lot of the chemicals we haven't gone through their reassessment. And it's a very slow process, but they're known to be very bad for the environment. They just don't get through their reassessments because of the time frames and the resources EPA have to do that. So just bear in mind, there's a lot of existing utilised, commonly used chemicals that would never survive the reassessment.
That's right. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Edward. Tom?
Have we settled on option from this in the plan? We've got 3 options. We've got one that we settled on.
I think some of those 3 options went out for consultation so the submitters of the feedback have talked around the 3 options and they've come to this. It's like a merging of 2 options, I believe, into one to get to the outcome. It's not an options for us per se.
I think further that to what Fleur said is that the intent of this rule was to enable a pathway that for large parts of the region is still some years away with the freshwater farm plan rollout. So staff need to go away and have a think about what that interim period looks like without that pathway being available. So there's still a little bit more work that will come back.
So if we're notifying this, it'll be notified with 3 options. Is that right? What?
No, I'll settle on one.
Settle on one. Okay.
Thank you, Tom. I think we've had a pretty good around the table with this one. And yeah, I think there's I think it's recognised that we have to work on the gap between on where we are to where farm planning pathways are an option. I think we can move on to the next one. Be really good.
Is everyone with your feedback on that one? So page 28 or table 10. For waste. So yeah, the feedback for this one was relatively straightforward, and most of the feedback was supportive of the approach taken by the chapter and what's trying to be achieved through the policies and the rules. There's quite a bit of interest in maybe making or providing stronger wording on the need to sort of remediate contaminated land that's at risk of being exposed from climate change and sort of erosion, and maybe all landfills, sort of like here in Dunedin. And also the internal feedback sort of highlighted the need to make contaminated land provisions a bit more straightforward and clear. And there's also maybe some more work to be done around making the organic waste rules and sort of green waste rules a bit clearer as well. So there's no full scale changes here or anything big, but we are going to be proposing to make a new contaminated land chapter just to sort of house all those rules in one more straightforward place and come up with some more specific green waste and composting rules that are going to allow for sort of community and green waste composting across the region. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything.
Thank you, Reece. Given.
There was also a comment, I just can't remember exactly the submission, but or the page around composting of fruit tree prunings. So will that come under that same consideration?
Yeah, that will be considered
in the rewrite.
Yeah,
yeah.
I just reached out to some of the TAs actually to get some more information on the sort of composting stuff that they've got going on at the moment.
Yep.
On some of the community projects.
And I presume that would be more around an on-farm option for these people as opposed to taking them into a green waste, carting them into a green waste facility in Chelmer Street.
Yeah.
No.
Just testing this, and I tell me I've got the wrong place. The one of the biggest issues for community groups at the moment will be reuse of or how to deal with the waste of willows. There's a large number of catchment groups looking at willow control and getting rid of them. How at that scale is it that they leave them in paddocks, or are you suggesting there's some better use? I'm really interested about biomass and how the stuff works and encourage that as a solution, but I'm not quite sure that we can do it at the scale with rules. Have we looked at it at scale? I mean, I'm talking kilometres of willow removal all over time. The alternative at the moment is burning, regrettably.
Yeah. So it's not something that we've looked at specifically. And I think you've maybe answered your question. It's quite difficult to kind of think of all these specific possibilities in the rule framework. But whether, yeah, I mean, to me, it feels a little bit more like a non-regulatory solution to deal with that situation, which might be supported by some kind of rule, but we kind of need the bigger picture before we can find the proper rule, you know, find a suitable rule to go in it.
So biomass plants, or I don't know what they are, not very clear on the stuff. If people want to do that, it's an easier pathway than there are provisions for that. Yeah, biomass. Energy.
No. I don't think we do have an enabling pathway for that at the moment.
So the easiest pathway at the moment would be burning. Just saying. Okay.
Just a comment, Kate, down home, the willows are chipped for animal bedding.
Not everyone has a demand for chipping or an income stream that would provide for it.
Do we have any other discussions? As I understand it, you've sort of taken away that this, you probably need to do a little bit more work on the actual composting, green waste type stuff, and we will build that Okay.
So Lloyd, does it mean that we might have a separate contaminated land chapter going forward?
I believe it's the intention, yes.
Okay, because I think that's a really good idea. I think there's more to be under. I know you've just given us a summary, but there's a whole bunch of things about, you know, what leaches into land, and, you know, it's triple kind of needs to focus on. So I think that would be very important to have that.
Thank you, Karen. Okay.
Will that also deal with the waste to land for sewage? Because at the moment, I think the rules are suggesting that we're going to encourage land rather than water discharge, and what that looks like, because surely that's potential, or is that not contaminated? That's waste discharge.
It would end up being contaminated land, but it'll be managed under the wastewater discharge as well.
So it's a difference in contamination. Yeah, okay.
Any other comments? If not, I think we could probably go to the next item. It looks like Ed was getting ready.
Yeah, so wastewater is table 7, page 24. So regarding the first 2 points on the screen, we did receive conflicting feedback on some of the rules. Some parties were concerned about potential unintended consequences as a result of prohibiting new discharges of wastewater to water. And on the other hand, others were actually opposed to retaining a discretionary consent pathway for existing discharges, which may include discharges of untreated wastewater. And they suggested that those should be prohibited. But we had very divergent views on the wastewater rules there. With regards to those 2 points, we are waiting on direction from the RPS, which should clarify for us to what extent whether we will be prohibiting those new discharges of wastewater directly to water, or whether it will become a discretionary consent. So we're just going to wait on the RPS to give us that direction. We also received feedback which questioned the lack of rules for discharges to land which would not enter water. We haven't made any changes to the drafting as any discharge could feasibly enter water, be it groundwater or surface water. Some feedback questioned how discharges and FMUs where target attribute states are met are being managed. And these discharges are managed through a policy in the Land and Freshwater chapter, LFP 14. So again, no changes to drafting were made. And finally, we received some feedback requesting tweaks to some of our definitions, in particular available wastewater network and biosolids. So we're currently working through those definitions and making some amendments to them. So that, for example, producers of dairy biosolids won't be captured by the wastewater rules, and also so that the available wastewater network, we will amend that definition so that it requires consent by the network operator to accept those discharges into the network. And that's pretty much all the feedback we received. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Amber. For me, the key one here is just differentiating the, around human waste as opposed to, I suppose, agricultural waste, cow effluent or whatever other effluent it was. Go.
I was just going to ask if you might be able to briefly reminds me at least, what the differences are to how we manage discharges in FMUs where target attribute states are met versus not met?
Yeah, so there is a policy in the wastewater chapter for discharges where target attribute states are not met, and I think that's regarding domestic wastewater, so more or less on-site wastewater systems, and ensuring that they are of a particular standard. So that's wastewater policy 6. Whereas if you are wanting to apply for a discharge consent for domestic wastewater in FMU where the target attribute states are met, then you'll be under that land and freshwater policy 14, which is a more general policy regarding discharges to land or water.
Thank you.
So I just want to check the practicality, and I appreciate and thank you for your answer that it all comes out in the RPS, but then we have to accept or not their recommendations. So that's always an interesting piece, and I'm not quite sure if that's going to be in part or in total. How does a wastewater to land operate, and how does that get dealt with in contamination? Because long term, because presumably they do have finite lives as well, potentially.
They do what, sorry?
Have finite lives as well.
Yeah, so a discharge of wastewater to land will make that land contaminated. And
but how big are those areas? I mean, I'm not sure that I know what that looks like. I know a lot of schemes are discharged to water. Where is there one that already discharges to land?
End of the Carnegie Straits is the Moreki one.
Yeah, so there are a few wastewater sites that are to land. Some are still to water, but they are looking at moving to land. In terms of the potential rule framework moving forward, Amber's spoken to that, but in terms of what we currently do, there's the rules for wastewater discharge, and there's also those rules that then speak to contaminated sites, but these are processed under the wastewater rules.
Okay. Yeah. But if a site changes, say, someone gave me Moreki, I don't know if it is or isn't, so I'm not going to go there, but the Moreki changes and becomes reticulated to, say, somewhere else, they pipe up, as often happens. So
we would have to look at what happens to that existing site and what remediation or conditions may be placed on that existing site if they're moving to a new land disposal system. So it really does depend on the specifics of the system and any conditions that then put on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Do we have any other discussion points around wastewater?
Yep.
Good.
Yeah, there was a submission that that talked about the management of nutrient discharges from greenhouses and the process of washing water when you're obviously cleaning your fruit or vegetables. And they have actually, in their submission, they actually wrote specific guidelines for what they thought was an appropriate policy. So where does that get looked at or incorporated, and is that on the radar?
Yeah, I think that was in the other discharges chapter, and that'll be included. Those guidelines will be
right. Thank you. And so and again, we have that conflict that I said earlier about where practicable and that not necessarily meeting the true sense of Te Mana o Te Wai, where, and this is from another submission, page 433, they currently the manufacturing currently discharge the water and have got no ability to discharge to land. So how does that get handled when we're encouraging probably to go to land discharge?
So I take it that's a sort of trade and industrial wastewater discharge.
Yeah.
Going to water, so that would probably be consented
still,
currently, and
yeah.
that would remain a discretionary consent.
Discretionary. Okay, now.
Any other discussion? If not, I think we could probably do stormwater. And then have lunch.
Earthworks is first lined up, but I'm happy to do stormwater as well.
Is the next one on your list or not?
Earthworks is the next one on the list, yeah.
Oh,
but I can, yeah.
Let's do stormwater instead.
Stormwater is the short one. Well, right. So stormwater. Taking you to page 25. Working backwards. So in general, taking you to the first row on the table, the feedback from the territorial authorities was generally in support. But there is a little bit of a need for a bit of a greater understanding, further discussions as to how the framework will work. Because with stormwater, especially reticulated stormwater, we're building a transition period whereby they get a short-term consent that allows them to understand and gather information about their network and how it operates and what is the quality of discharges, and then later on a longer-term consent that allows them to gradually improve, or that requires them to generally improve their quality of the stormwater discharge if that's needed. So the approach there is to just have further conversations with the territorial authorities to explain that to them. Generally, they were in support of it. One thing that did come through, and that was through the internal feedback, was the fact that there are often cross connections between stormwater networks and wastewater networks. That is something that we want to address in the plan, and will include some policy direction in the Land and Water Plan as to how we can use upgrades of the network to actually phase out those cross connections. And then the last point is probably the one that deserves most of your attention. That is about stormwater discharges to our scheduled drains. Those scheduled drains, they perform a function in terms of serving the community and protecting them against flood. The cumulative effect of more and more stormwater discharges into those drains will ultimately impact their capacity and could actually render them to be inadequate, or it would require us to kind of do upgrades over time. But sometimes the pace of development is faster than the pace of us being able to prepare for those upgrades and budget for them. The other thing as well is the scheduled drains are a mix. Sometimes they're artificial water bodies, sometimes they're existing water bodies that have been modified, and sometimes they're actually water bodies. Within those water bodies as well, we need to look after water quality and make sure that we're meeting our target attribute states. So there needs to be care taken as to how we manage stormwater discharges from individual properties into those drains. So the approach there is to actually require a consent for any additional discharges into the scheduled drain network. That was an approach that was discussed as well internally with our compliance officers and with our engineering team as well.
Thank you, Tom.
Happy to take any questions here.
Just interested in saying that the TAs mostly support the stormwater provisions, because our fastest growing TA doesn't seem to.
Use your mic, please. Sorry.
I'm wondering, I didn't think that some of our TAs did support the stormwater provisions, and there was a question, and I don't know if this is what you mean by working through these with them, and maybe it is, but rules, do they clearly state whether resource consent is required for each discharge point, or whether it'll be across the entire network, for example. There's several points that need some really good clarification that I'm not sure you're covering yet.
Yeah.
I can jump in on this one if you'd like, Tom.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I don't think I've presented in front of you before. My name's Hannah Goslin. I'm a consultant at Insight and author of the Stormwater chapter. They are the points of clarification that we're referring to. So table 8 on page 25, there are some clarity changes that they've identified. And I guess their feedback on the provisions are more around how things would manage. So at what point is the discharge going to be authorised? How are the consents going to be held? What sort of conditions would appear in these consents? Those sorts of questions. So they're the types of things that we're really keen to discuss with them about, as opposed to, I guess, the approach to seek an interim consent and then collect data that then feeds into a longer term consent in future. So it's kind of more how it works in practice in real world kind of terms. But we're really keen to work with that on them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alexa. Andrew?
Thanks for a couple of queries. Under flooding and discharges to scheduled drains, and I'm thinking of just a normal discharge situation, the staff comment talks about drain capacity. Is there any scope or lens across quality of the water when you take into consideration a consent discharge to a scheduled drain?
That would be one of the reasons why we would require consent, is to be able to assess the quality of the water. I think with a permitted activity rule, it's much harder to control that.
Okay. And my other query was around the cross connections, which has been an issue for as long as there's been plumbing in the city and in any urban community. And I suppose the question in the back of my mind, has there been any progress made in the last, I don't know, decade or even 5 years in terms of resolving some of these cross connections? And I appreciate there's a huge cost and time and effort to investigate and resolve, but is the progress being made by TAs that have got this issue that is pretty challenging?
Yes, I am aware of TAs in Otago who have a huge program of work, and we're talking about sort of the next 10 years where they are identifying all those cross connections and phasing them out, but it does require digging up roads, putting in new pipes, and there's certainly a huge focus on identifying and remediating those.
So can I just ask, so those stormwater management plans would probably have some attempt to align with capital upgrades as they occur going forward to try and kill two birds with one stone?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. So the stormwater management plan, there's an appendix or a schedule at the back of the plan that sets out the requirements for the stormwater management plans. In order to, I guess, address that cross-connection issue, we're proposing to include some additional requirements around identification and progressive, I guess, remediation of those sewage cross-connection type situations. And then it's intended that then TAs can feed that into their financial planning and things going forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to check about the scheduled drains, and would you deal with that? You could deal with it with the rule you're setting, or you could do development contributions potentially on development. So we've chosen, I presume that there's another option that we could have dealt with it, right?
So regional council development contribution.
The drains. Okay.
Can we not, sorry, jump in, can we not do financial contributions? Not development financial.
Sorry, financial contributions to the requirement, because
I'm not sure.
So regional councils can't levy development contributions at all.
Sorry, financial
contributions. Do have a mechanism for financial contributions, and we use it in a couple of our existing plans at the moment. I'm not sure that we've thought about how that would work here.
It's a capacity issue, and look, I don't mind what you're coming to. It does limit your land use, by requiring what become, from what I see, absolutely awful sites. They're never used ecologically. We're great if they were done ecologically, but they don't seem to, as swales.
It's a capacity, it's a capacity issue, you're right. It's also a water quality issue. In some cases, we actually discharge from the drains into a water body. And then we've, you know, I don't think we've got any mechanisms to kind of, at the moment.
I just want to know if there was, and I appreciate not development contributions, but financial contribution to a better articulated and better managed scheme sometimes is a better solution. And that's just what I was just checking on. I don't want to go somewhere if it's not the right answer. How do we monitor and manage pollutants in a drainage scheme? Because we discharge our drain scheme into water. Do we monitor that and check it? And do we require councils to check before they deposit their stormwater? Because this has come to a crux of a huge issue. And I've got one specific example I don't want to go through it.
I believe we might do some monitoring in some parts of the system, like for example, the silver stream is probably part of the drainage scheme. So we might do some monitoring there. I believe we've got an SOE side. I need to check. As to how comprehensive the monitoring is, I don't know.
Are we liable if something goes from our drain that's pollutant into a water source because it's our drain? Presumably we are.
It's one of the reasons, like if we, I guess when we apply for a consent as an organization as well, we'll be assessed against our ability to meet the target attribute states in the receiving water body. So in a sense, we are responsible for making sure that those drains or those discharges from those drains are up to standard.
We require a high bar of a lot of people discharging now to go through systems. Have we got in our long-term plans things to improve our discharge areas, like plantings and riparians? It's just we're requiring it of other people. Just checking. So do we have areas?
That's probably not a question, but
no, that wasn't. I see the I'll just go with that. Well, I'll bring up an LTP. Let's be consistent.
Thanks, Kate. I think I'm pretty sure what we talked about earlier on is about the question of do we have a consent process for stormwater to be discharged into drains? That's what you said earlier on. I think that's the last bullet point. So that's where you're going to be able to catch up.
Yeah.
So
I did have one other question.
Brian.
Yeah, in terms of long-term or consents between the ORC and TAs, that's certainly an area that it seems to me we could and need to improve. Drain capacity is a huge issue, for example, in South Dunedin or parts of Dunedin. And I read in here the phrase that this will enable ORC to manage drain capacity. So where does their responsibility start and stop in relation to drain capacity and what's proposed here?
Is this in the context of scheduled drains?
Yeah, what's a scheduled drain?
So they're those that are managed by the ORC for flooding and drainage, that sort of thing, under I'm pretty sure it's the scheduled drain bylaw, the drainage bylaw, which sets out, I guess, some targets that the management of those drains will meet. So it's about not causing the ORC to not achieve what's set out in that bylaw.
Okay, so it's an ORC drain.
Yeah.
Okay. No, understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, your question though was kind of okay, we've got ORC drains, but you mentioned the Leith, which is a natural waterway. So what would happen if we are discharging through natural waterways? Nothing, no consent, you know. Yeah, is that fair, equitable, it impacts on the flood carrying capacity as well, though, and some of those are schemes, they're not drains, but they're still our schemes too. So yeah, there's just a little bit of a anomaly between only protecting the flood carrying capacity of a drain and requiring consent for that versus natural waterways. We've also got that problem, but also you've got other problems like contaminants and things. Yeah.
Yes, Richard. Kevin?
I'm just struggling with the notion that we've got a consent that we have to take control of what we're going to discharge from a drain, yet what controls have we got over what comes into that drain? And that's the part that just sort of scares me a wee bit. Where is that covered off? So let's just say Mosgiel. Let's just use that as an example because you use Silverstream. So we take all the DCC stormwater straight into the Silverstream. We've got no, if we have got no monitoring or mechanisms to say you can only put water in at this clarity or this condition, if we've got none there, how can we then control what we put down the bottom into the Tauri or pump, through the Silverstream and into the waterways?
I might need to go back and check, but I think the drainage bylaw does include some requirements around water quality. That was a little bit different to other ones that I've seen around the country. So that's kind of, something that stands out to me in my memory. So I think, as a control in the bylaw currently, which is about the quality of that water that's discharged into that scheduled drain.
It'll be interesting to read that because I thought there was an upgrade done by the TA out the Silverstream, but I don't think it included quality of water. Wrong there, but
I think we might need to come back to
it's just I understand where you're heading with it, but I'm just saying if we at one end are going to get beaten up by putting stuff in, we've got to trace it back to.
Just go away and do some so we can get.
Yeah. Networked discharges from a network, they would require a consent regardless of what we're proposing.
I realise that, happy with that, but if what quality controls have we got around that, making sure that there's delivering what they're meant to be delivering?
The main quality control, I think, is the Flood Protection Management Bylaw 2022.
Yep. Are we enforcing it? Are we monitoring it? Is it happening? So that's the.
Thanks, Kevin. Got Alan and Kate.
Thanks. It might not be in this clause 3 feedback, but I'm just wondering, does the stormwater section deal with what goes into stormwater drains? And I'm thinking, for example, if I wash my car or if a car yard washes their cars, is that dealt with through the stormwater section somewhere?
Yes, so in that case, if you were, say, for example, washing your car, it's sort of one of those associated stormwatery type contaminants, that discharge would enter the council's stormwater network. And so if it was a TA-owned network, then they would be responsible for the impacts of that discharge on its receiving environment.
So, right, so the council who operates that's responsible. Thanks.
Thanks, Alan. We have Kate.
Look, I'm happy more or less with this stuff, but I'm just interested in the TAs having a discussion about the implementation of the framework. There are substantial farms on the Tairi that get the overflow from floods, and that includes some pretty awful stuff from the Tairi network. Reticulated wastewater, when it gets into flood and can't cope, it just spills into the Tairi. I hope that we're ensuring that it meets the requirements for farms having that sort of discharge on them in timeframes and expectations. I don't know how you do it, so you don't have a liaison group, but as farmers are having to meet really high standards of not having things on their land, and we've got in areas of ponding that are literally being dealt with as wastewater overflows in flood situations. So in that context, the productivity of the land, I hope we're involving some ideas of farmland and how it's used as well.
Thank you, Kate. That's good. I think we're pretty generally happy with the direction of travel there. And
should be downhill really.
Couple of questions, yeah. So, any other comments around stormwater? So,
The reason I was asking stormwater, I wanted very new is actually with discharges from the airport into our drainage system and knowing what's happening there because it's a really big industrial use that we should be.
Thanks, Kate.
One final, there was one comment, have we aligned the rules correctly with the new pit toilet? I just particularly, you know, from submission on technical page, if you like. I'll bring that to you later over lunch. It's all right.
We'll have a look and report back
Yeah,
post-lunch.
yeah, that's right. Don't worry, I'm sure you've got it handled. It's just.
Thank you, Kevin, for giving the staff.
I'm not going to dig one. So don't worry.
Lunchtime homework. That'll be good. So I think that's we're making awesome progress. Thanks very much, Hannah, for presenting that to us. Welcome to ORC Chambers.
No problem. Thank you.
We'll hear from you again. Thank you very much. So I think we'll break for lunch. What do you reckon? 12 o'clock? Oh no, 1 o'clock. Sorry, yeah.
12 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Have lunch till have 1 o'clock. Lunch. Yeah, we'll see you aim for 1. Thank you very much. Reconvene then. Yeah, so thanks very much. We're all back and ready to go again. So I think we're going to earthworks next. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Can you advise us which page?
Yeah, that's on page 26. Of the table. And I believe that for in this case, there's alignment between the rows on the table and the rows on the slide, or sorry, the bullet points on the slide. So that should hopefully make it easy. The first point is about the relationship between certain permitted activity rules in the earthworks chapter. Some of them relate to earthworks, but we also have a permitted activity rule that relates to works that are for the purpose of doing site investigations to identify contaminated land. And it comes back to the discussion that we had just before the break about having a dedicated chapter on contaminated land in the LWRP. So the solution to that issue is basically taking that rule out of the current earthworks chapter, put it into a contaminated land chapter that will include relevant rules from the earthworks chapter, but also other discharges and waste. A more substantial issue is around, we've received some feedback that the permitted activity rule actually causes an obstacle for a number of activities. Firstly, establishment of erosion and sediment control measures. In the permitted activity rule, we require a setback of 10 meters from a river, a lake, or an artificial water body. And an artificial water body is actually the water, it might be a water course that you establish for sediment control purposes. Like sometimes you want to catch a runoff before it gets to the earthwork site. In doing that, you actually breach the requirement to have a 10-meter setback. So that is one thing that we want to address, and we want to make provision for that. So we'll amend the rule to allow you to actually establish artificial water courses for the purpose of containing sediment discharges from the earthworks. We also got feedback that the rule does not allow you to bury material infected by unwanted organisms when it's declared by the minister under the Biosecurity Act or by MPI. That is because we've got a condition that we don't want, we want to avoid discharges of pests. But obviously, there's an unintended consequences. Again, what we'll do is we'll amend the permitted activity rule to still try to avoid discharges of materials that contain pests, but create an exception for those unwanted organisms if they are listed by NPI or if they have been declared under the Biosecurity Act. We also received feedback that the earthworks rules, they actually require everybody that wants to do irrigation race maintenance to require consent. Again, that's because of the 10-meter setback from an artificial watercourse. An irrigation race is an artificial watercourse, so and also around drains and drain maintenance. Around the drain maintenance, I would like to park that until we've got a wider discussion around flood and drainage when we get to the bed chapter. But in terms of providing for the maintenance of irrigation races, that is something that we're working together with the regulatory team on to provide a permitted activity pathway for that, and hope that they're not going to be unintentionally required to obtain consent.
Thanks.
Yeah. I can continue, but
just on that point.
Yeah.
Having been to an efficiency workshop by ORC the other day where they were encouraging people to get rid of weight races by putting in pipes, it wouldn't just be maintenance and clearance. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I'm just saying maintenance would also be conditioned pipes because you definitely have to have a meter in them. If that's where you want to go to.
I totally understand. But it's actually quite a complex issue because you also want to avoid people losing their water unintentionally as well. So it's a tricky one. But it's definitely on the radar. It's definitely something that we want to come up with a framework that provides for that as much as possible. Yeah, but it's a good point.
I'm presuming the efficiency is where I raise those other issues. So
yeah. Also, we received feedback that the requirements that we have in an appendix of the plan for erosion and sediment control are insufficient in certain environments. And what we're doing there is the appendix refers to a guideline that we're using, and we'll want to bring in the ability to consider other guidelines that are more suitable to other environments. So, for example, in the more mountainous areas, we'll rely on the guidelines that are used by the local territorial authorities as well. A substantial issue is concerns about allowing earthworks on a slope over 10 degrees. That is something that I want to come back on in the next slide. And then the final one is a request for a permitted activity pathway for earthworks for maintaining renewable energy generation infrastructure. We've considered that request, and our approach is to we suggest that we stick with the general approach in the earthworks chapter. It's a little bit different with earthworks than with, for example, water allocation. With water allocation, there's a clear backstop, and it's a bigger hurdle to jump for energy operations. Whereas with earthworks, yes, they have to apply for a consent if they don't meet the permitted activity standards, but it is just to put in place appropriate controls. So that's the recommendation there, to stick with the rules and not have a bespoke rule for maintenance of infrastructure associated with renewable energy generation.
Thank you, Tom. So we're just parking the slope one for now?
Yeah, I'll jump on that immediately. Yeah.
We have one questions now or go?
Yeah. Shall I cover up the slope now?
Yeah, carry on now. Yeah.
I've got some stuff relating to that general part when you're ready.
Yeah, so
We'll just start with you, Kevin.
I covered off the first major bullet point. We'll try to provide a rule framework for maintenance of irrigation races. We're also providing more flexibility as to which guidelines people should be considering when developing an erosion and sediment mitigation plan. With regard to earthworks on slopes over 10 degrees, we received feedback that that is a high-risk activity. Currently, we've got a rule framework that allows for earthworks to occur on slopes over 10 degrees, provided they are within certain thresholds in terms of the scale. There are three ways we can deal with this. One is to stick with our current approach. On the opposite side of the spectrum, there is the removal of the permitted activity pathway altogether and require for those types of activities, so on bigger slopes, a consent. And then there's probably a middle ground, and a middle ground could look like bigger setbacks. Now, I have to say, when receiving the feedback, they didn't give us any steer as to what is an appropriate setback. And in fact, they also kind of said, well, setbacks are not going to solve all the problems and might in some cases be inadequate as well. So those are the three options that we're sticking with. Yeah. Happy to answer any questions.
So that's all good. I think what we'll do, we'll just cover off the general, we'll cover off any questions around the general aspects to start with. Or
Yeah, Tom, on that first one, I might have missed it. Confusion over earthworks disturbance of land. That one there. Your answer to that, or your option, is remove the provisions for managing site investigations from Earth chapter and bring in a new chapter for managing contaminated land.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily what you're doing, because it you might be just if I picked that up wrong, you might be actually just examining the land, investigating the land to see if it's suitable to build on, or if it's suitable to dig an offal pit in, or if it's suitable to do something else. It doesn't necessarily mean it's contaminated.
It's a good question, actually. I have to look at the rule. Yeah, one might, you might have to do both, or you might want to do site investigations for both purposes at the same time, is what you're saying.
Yeah, or look, it might be just simple as well, we're doing it right in the middle of Oamaru at the moment, drilling to see if the land is suitable to build a stadium on. So and we've got to do some earthworks around that, so it's not we know it's not contaminated land, because it's.
Is that under the NES for managing soil health? Sorry, do you need to do that, Glenn? Do you know?
No, it's just to see what's underneath. Yeah. So the geotechnical stuff. I don't even know if it will.
That is just about. I'm looking at the rule now, and the heading of the rule basically says the use of land for a site investigation to assess concentrations of hazardous substances.
Oh, right. Okay. So
that's that rule. It's quite specific in terms of its purpose.
Right, so that's where I haven't got the. So I need to go to Earth 4 PER1 then.
R5.
Yeah.
Earth R5 PER1.
Page on that, mate.
I think this is demonstrating the submitters.
Oh yeah.
It's confusing.
We're not proposing any change to the rule itself. Just take it out of.
Yeah, because that's specifically with contaminated land.
Yeah.
Okay. Well done. Makes sense.
Thank you, Kevin. Do we have okay?
So just checking, the earthworks on steep slopes, you've got 10 degrees, and there were a number of submissions that suggested earthworks at 20 degrees for farming, I think. I just want to check that I'm under the right clause here. Cultivation is earthworks, right?
Cultivation is exempt from earthworks.
Sorry, thank you. Okay, good.
Yeah. Yes, but the same applies there. Like if you want to do.
But I'll deal with it under earthworks, sorry, under cultivation, because there are specifically submissions about cultivation, and I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Can I just check, what are the setbacks, because I haven't gone to
The setbacks,
that you're talking about?
50 meters, I believe.
Like 10 degrees, it doesn't say 10 meters.
50 meters. So we're going to rule Earth R1, PER1, and the part of the rule that refers to earthworks on a slope greater than 10 degrees is under 1B.
And did you say 15 or 50?
50.
This is under 2,500 meters squared.
Yeah.
Even if it's 10 meters, you can't do it within 50 meters.
You cannot do it within 50 meters, yeah.
There's your pit loo. Go on.
Yeah. So yeah, as a permitted activity, you cannot do it. You can do it with a consent.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Look, at this point, you'll think I've had Kool-Aid for lunch. So, you know, all good if you think that. The thing about earthworks, and I'm just speaking from when I've had to deal with consents, is it, in my opinion, deals with the way we understand the state of the land and the state of water flows here and now. And so we go on that basis, or looks like it was stable, or also that, so we can do this. We are very poor at understanding the nature of how much what that land looked like maybe 200 years ago, different water flows, or what will be the consequences of when we do significant earthworks. So I have a concern that we're not really, I would prefer that we have some kind of control of this, of consenting that brings to the consideration of earthworks, you know, a more in-depth process around it in terms of what it's being used for and what will mean in consequence. And that's just because, you know, I do have a concern about that. I think climate change is going to bring us much more impact on the way land lies, topology and stress and water. And I think we have to be quite careful about the whole thing, because earthworks is such a bigger thing in terms of disruption of ecology that would normally be looking after that state of land. So yes, you can think I've had the Kool-Aid, but actually I am quite serious about how we're starting to understand how we interfere with land, particularly through earthworks.
Can I make one comment? It might be worthwhile also, I don't know if you've got the plan handy, to kind of look at one, these advice notes at the top of the chapter, which basically say, as we mentioned before, cultivation is excluded from the rules in this chapter. The same applies to forestry, I believe. Yeah. So plantation, forestry, and exotic forestry activities are managed not by this framework. The definition also states a few exclusions, like gardening is not captured by that, digging fence posts is not captured by that. I just want to...
Yeah, but Indigenous planting is also excluded. So if I was doing erosion control using Indigenous, because that is an earthwork, I mean,
yeah,
I'm ambitious about what I plant. I'm just checking. I'm sorry, I had this open, I can't find it now. The plan. I'll go and find it again.
That's awesome. Have we got any more comments or discussion, particularly around the general part of it, before we just get into this slope and stuff? Thanks.
Thanks, Lewis. Just on that last comment, Tom, and just looking at the advice notes and the earthworks provisions, and you just mentioned that you wouldn't need a consent to bring a post hole, for example, but would you need a consent to shift more than 2,500 square meters of earth for the actual fence itself?
If it would be a scrape, I'm just going to look at what the words actually say. Disturbance of land for the installation of fence posts. Just, yeah.
Come back to me later. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all good.
So that's excluded disturbance of land for installation of fence posts.
Thank you. Elliot?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about setbacks and what those look like. Like it's pretty obvious when it comes to rivers and stuff, but when it comes to earthworks on a slope, what those setbacks look like, is that from the top of the slope, that's the start of the slope, and what are those setbacks currently?
The setbacks are currently, well, in this case, is 50 meters, and that would be from the extent of the earthworks down to, in this case, it's a water body, so it would be the bed at its fullest flow, but not in flood.
Yeah. Right, so increasing the setback wouldn't impact the actual activity on the slope per se.
Sorry?
Increasing the setbacks away from a water body wouldn't impact the activity of like if there wasn't a water body nearby the slope, there wouldn't be.
It would still be needing to meet the same permitted activity conditions. Yeah.
Sorry.
You good there, Helen?
Yeah, sorry. So
awesome.
Made around that.
Alexa?
I know I've been answered, thanks. I was just checking though, so you were looking for some direction on the options. We've got blue italics and
yeah.
Yeah, we're coming to that.
Yeah.
Okay, coming to that, right, wait for that.
Good. If not, we can move on to that.
I'm just checking, permanent forest would include indigenous. There's no definition for permanent forest. I can find.
Hoping Matthew online. No, we don't have a definition of permanent forest.
I think it's in the NESC, but I'm just trying to look, sorry. Talking to an Nescafe site rather than.
Take a note of that. Take a note of that. So it's as you said, we got some around the earthworks on steep slopes. There's been some suggestions to have a discussion about. So I don't know, we're pretty much just opening it up to the table just to get some feedback on which one of the three options or combination of that we're comfortable with. Karen mentioned that we need to be careful around our land because it's forever changing, and it's an evolving thing, and with climate change, etc., we need to have some caution.
Decreasing setbacks, I mean, I think there are times when you could decrease setbacks by managing that setback area better with potential plantings, or it may have been already developed in order to do that. And I think the hard fast lines that we set in leave land that will cause issues, land management issues. Now, if that had already been planted out with 20 or 30 metres of fantastic, fabulous trees and grasses or whatever, what are you trying to gain? And this is where some of these rules, I found it particularly hard to work out what we're trying to achieve. And it's that focus on what are we trying to achieve with these rules. That if you want to drive land use change, getting that sort of riparian or just plantings done on those slopes would be a much better way of articulating potentially an outcome.
So what I'm hearing is that we should have a look at basically what does the slope look like and take on a more nuanced approach based on that to kind of see what is the appropriate distance.
What is the outcome we want should drive what the rule says.
Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, I'm just struggling a wee bit with what we are trying to achieve, and I think I understand what we're trying to achieve, but And we've just had the hiccup in the Waitaki where they did overlays over a huge amount of land for SNAs, which thankfully it's just got scrapped and something else will come into place. But are we on land that has already been highly modified? Are these rules actually appropriate if in fact what is happening on them is not affecting the receiving environment, i.e. affecting the soils and the streams and the biodiversity around it. So it's a highly modified setup anyway, and the earthworks are not going to change that. So why would we need a 50-metre setback?
Well, but basically what I'm trying to do here is, because we received the feedback specifically that the 50-metre setback is probably insufficient. And they want a more cautious approach towards management of earthworks on slopes over 10 degrees. I appreciate what you're saying. But the feedback kind of points towards a different direction.
Yeah, I'd probably need to read back that feedback. I thought
I take your point, yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's important just to recognise that these rules aren't responding to our sediment issue in terms of water quality. So that's what we're trying to do. And one of the challenges is having a permitted activity pathway. It has to be certain and enforceable and clear. So it's and then if you want that flexibility in terms of sort of a case by case, site by site, that's where your consent process comes into play. So you can actually assess things on a case by case basis and do something different. But you can't build that into a permitted activity pathway because you can't get the rule to be certain and clear and apply everywhere. And have flexibility. They just the framework doesn't work that way. So certain and clear, permitted, flexible consent pathway.
Yeah. The other thing that we're trying to do with this rule is to seek as much as possible alignment with what our territorial authorities are doing. So apply the same standard. That's not easy because we've got 4 or 5 different territorial authorities. You know, we always have to compromise.
I think also this is not just about setbacks from water, it's a setbacks from neighbours and
there is a comment around that as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, so there doesn't have to be a waterway in the picture. So. Brian?
Yeah, I don't think we should be coming up with a blanket option 2 where we increase setbacks where there's smarter and more holistic ways potentially of actually achieving the same outcome as per what Kate I think was saying and others. Yeah, so we make it clear and simple for the permitted and we give we open it up with some flexibility for the consenting pathway. And over time, our ability and technology will improve. And I don't think we should second guess that by coming up with arbitrary rules like let's increase 50 to 70. And we really have no idea. We shouldn't just be setting rules for rules' sake. We need to have value.
As I said before, we haven't been given much feedback as to what is an appropriate setback. The other thing that I want to note is what I present to you are like the big changes. We're also doing some smaller changes as well to the rule. One of them actually I mentioned, which is when you do a sediment control plan, better consider the local environment, but also allow them to consider locally applied guidelines. So they might also be tailored to that specific environment. So even if you decide to go with option 1, there will be slight modifications for the rule that actually put in a little bit more belts and braces.
Yeah. Alex?
I guess I'm sort of just being wary that there are these risks to, earthworks on slopes, if that's the neighbours, or the sedimentation risks to neighbouring water bodies, if there are those water bodies and stuff. And sort of taking what Nita said about it being pretty hard to, I guess, analyse those risks other than on a case-by-case basis. And so if there are types of earthworks on slopes that we can be sure in every circumstance there won't be these risks, then that would be great for a permitted activity. But in any other case, if it's going to be a case-by-case basis to be able to really assess those risks, both to the environment and neighbours and stuff, then maybe a consenting pathway is the way to go.
Thank you, Elliot. Any other discussion?
Yeah.
Alexa, thank you.
I think, just trying to think about this one. It's, I mean, the really, really big issue is sediment in our waterways. And yeah, option one isn't going to help that well enough. But between option 2 and 3, I see Elliot's point, but I'm wondering how we actually do that in a way with that goal in mind of reducing the sediment into waterways, and how we make that happen. Somewhere between those two, possibly one of those two, but I'm not sure of the unintended consequences of removing the pathway on slopes over 10 degrees. Just adding that into the discussion rather than coming up with anything helpful.
Thanks, Alexa. Kevin?
Just on B, on page 159, you've said it's permitted providing earthworks don't occur within 50 metres of, and this is where you've got your modified water course or artificial water course. So that would mean that I couldn't scrape out for a couple of sheds beside the Hippokai irrigation race.
Correct. Yeah. So you're looking at the rule? Sorry.
Yeah. So you come.
Well, if the earthworks are exceeding the threshold.
Yep.
Yeah. Of I think in this case, you're referring to a bigger slope than 10 degrees. If they are exceeding 2,500 square meters.
So Tom, if it's flat land.
Oh, flat.
If it's flat land, what's the rule?
So
this is the slope one.
Yes, if it's flat land, it is up to 10,000 square meters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just heaps.
But you need to meet other conditions.
So I'm just, I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just making sure I've got it in my head. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Any other comments? Al?
So look, just to clarify, it sounds as though on the 10-degree slope land, earthworks over 2,500 square metres already require a consent.
Yeah.
Right. So this is looking at roundabouts. Yeah. Well, I guess what we're here for, if we're really concerned about the environment, which we are, and in particular sediment going into waterways, from the information here in the discussion, it sounds as though a consent is the best way of achieving that, and then we have the flexibility of those conditions. I am aware that means a whole lot of people will have to apply for consents who would not otherwise have done it, but maybe we have to, and they have to put up with that. Thanks.
So sorry, are you saying increase setbacks? Or?
No, it sounds as though from the discussion, the setbacks don't sound like a useful rule. Too many variations. Having the flexibility that a consent would bring would allow the appropriate conditions to the situation, even though people will have to apply for more consents.
What will trigger that consent, the need for the consent?
Well, it looks to me if what's being suggested here is option 3 is suggesting earthworks on slopes of over 10 degrees. Now, whether there's a way of whether there's some other way of saying, doesn't have to be every single one about the limit, I don't know, but it sounds as though from what we've been presented here, a consenting pathway is the most useful way in terms of environmental protection.
Thank you, Alan. Okay.
Just testing these with some true example or accurate examples. So farm tracks, I think, are permitted in a whole lot of areas. In say the Dunedin district plan. As long as they're not greater than 5 meters wide or something like that. So if it's a permitted activity, how do I know where the pen is? Is it anywhere on it is greater than 10 degrees? 10 degrees isn't a lot when it goes to a track development. I'm just cautioning us. Can we really know what this means before we okay it? Because a farm track that goes for 5 meters up a slightly steeper part of a track and won't need a permit anywhere else may well be in breach if it has one part that goes over 10 meters or goes up 20 meters. I'm not against doing the best thing. Absolutely want to do the best thing, but if you're not going to be triggering it any other way, you could easily get non-compliance here without any intention and potentially not much risk. But the 10 degrees is not a good measure. 10 degrees where? A flat track on a 10-degree hill may have a lot less going across the 10 degrees as opposed to straight up. You just have to be careful what you're wishing for. I don't think this is a clear picture. If you can't draw it, which I can't, then I'm really concerned.
Thank you, Kate. Do we have anybody else? I've just got a question for you, Tom, like earlier on the sediment control plans. So you talked about beefing those up a little bit, perhaps. So a sediment control plan would be part of the permitted activity.
No, that's a consenting requirement, I believe. If you have yes. I don't think that you need to provide a sediment control plan as part of the PA conditions. It's a consenting, yeah.
Okay. Michael involvement, I guess. I think I'm pretty comfortable where the plan is now. I'm just really conscious. It's too easy just to say you've got to get a consent for everything. I think at the end of the day we have to have bottom line protections and then consent. So I think it comes down to you have to. I think that you have to come down to where your level of acceptable risk is, and I guess everybody will have a different risk tolerance. But for me, it seems to me that we need to get some consistency across the Motu as well, the whole area as well. But yes, I'm pretty comfortable with how the rules written just now.
Can I just provide some clarity, and perhaps you understand and I don't need to, but option 1 is not what's in the existing regional plan water. It is a change in terms of what's going to be required. It's in the new framework that we consulted for clause 3. So it's not doing nothing, it's doing more than we're currently doing. Just to provide that clarity in case you didn't pick that up. Everybody.
Yeah, thanks, Anita. I was aware of that.
I do wonder, and this is something that doesn't happen often enough, even where something's permitted, it should be regrassed on earthworks. And it's those sort of other action things. Permitted should actually have some requirements anyway.
That is a condition currently.
It is condition, sorry.
Yeah, well, there is a 1 month time frame within which you have to sorry, I'm just reading it here. Minimize erosion and avoid slope failure. So you have to do some remediation to within a 1 month period to deal with any potential discharges after the completion of the works.
So I'm possibly reacting to the, I think you can do that with tracking, with water table work. I absolutely, and maybe my problem here is I'm worrying about the scenic aspects, which I appreciate we don't have to control.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, Anita, because I guess I'd read that second column to say, oh, there was a serious concern here. But you note that the current rule framework already has mitigations in place, because suggesting that the consent, I certainly don't want to make people have to apply for consents in trivial circumstances, and that certainly wouldn't be anyone's intention. So I guess not quite knowing what all those current conditions are, but yes, it's weighing up, will those be adequate or not? One hopes they might be.
Yeah, I concur with Alan. It's about how to create some sense of where the control needs to kick in. And I think Kate was right that outcomes also help you determine that it seems to me I still want to know that the risk management is in place in an appropriate way. And I think size is an issue, and you know, once you're starting to get into more at scale, that could be part of the risk management.
Thank you, Karen. And Kevin?
Yeah, probably the question should be that if we look at the current sediment issues that we've had around different developments and the likes, what would this change of rule actually have done to those people's actions? So would the new rule change their behaviours to make sure it didn't happen again, or are those same offences going to happen because of people's intention?
So if I could just, so this rule is an expanded plan change 8 earthworks rule, and we're seeing better behaviour, really good uptake in terms of managing residential earthworks because of that rule framework. So the assumption will be the same will apply across the board. Less sediment getting into water, more proactive management, better outcomes.
Sorry, can I ask one final test? Would this make a silage pit, which has otherwise been permitted, you want them to be into a hill to an extent, because that helps retain any leachate or contain it rather than retain it. And it also is much better for wind protection for taking off the ends. There's a whole lot of reasons why using a hill is a good thing for a silage pit. Just checking, would this then require a consent for a silage pit where we actually decided not to? I can't remember the sizes. Sorry.
No sizes for silage pits.
No, exactly.
It would depend on whether it meets the setbacks.
Whether it meets the setbacks and just the scale as well, like the area.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, just checking, because I think you need to be really careful about that. And the other one about that is the slope rule. Then it's 50 metres below a waterway or above, because that was a really good consultation point where people were saying, well, if the work is below the waterway, does it matter? Is the risk there?
Yeah, that's a good point.
It does if it's above, I totally get that. Distance isn't always a good measure. It's fine.
See, I think that's a good point.
We helped you, Tom. Sorry.
I think whether it's us.
Yes.
I think it's a good point. We do have to try and mitigate that. That's the effect we're trying to stop.
Well, if your silage pit's on one side of a hill and your waterway's on the other, what is your risk? And it's 50 metres or 40.
Thanks, Evan.
Yeah, just commenting on the rule, I note it does include coastal water as well, and I wouldn't underestimate the amount of sediment going into the coastal domain, which has been quite damaging on benthic values there. So I do tend to lean toward more of a precautionary approach because of that. It's not just fresh water.
Good point.
Yeah, there's a fair bit going on here, isn't there? Like in the silage stack, it's not like the sediments, it gets taken away. It's taken out and gets reformed, but I don't know, Sorry, I got it wrong. I thought it would be a sediment control program as well, like before you did it, but seemingly not.
Lord, is this one that we actually do just need to have some more thinking about before we give more direction, and possibly staff to come back to us with a, after thinking of it, where they want to go, or we don't
think
we have to have a perfect.
I think they
right here.
Yeah, I think it might be more that we encourage the staff to stress test what they come up with in different scenarios.
I think the point of us coming to you with this was to kind of get a gauge of whether there was a strong appetite to change what we've got. And what I'm hearing is there's not a strong appetite to change it. So if we carry on with what we've got, that's what I'm thinking.
And just to your last point, Lloyd, under the permitted activity rule, you don't have to provide a sediment control plan, but you do have to carry out the works in accordance with guidelines. Yeah.
So to your point though, can this be an alternative pathway to your farm plan?
That would be the case in the form of a soil stack, perhaps.
Yeah, or in sediment control for tracks.
Can we take that and think about it?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
I don't think we can just slide right now, but we can look at it.
Thank you. Bit of discussion. Yeah, quite interesting because we're dealing with biological stuff going on. There's never a really straightforward, easy answer, is there? So it's good to have good discussions and come up with ideas. Is there anybody else got any other questions, particularly around this this chapter, earthworks? Andrew?
Just comes to mind in terms of retention of topsoil when an earthworks activity is undertaken, is that required, and also the control of dust? I'm thinking mainly residential type subdivision activity.
So a TA will control dust as one of the conditions on a residential subdivision generally, as an effect of the activity. Dust is a very contentious issue that TAs like to say as regional councils and regional councils like to say as TAs. So it's a matter of understanding whether you're managing it as dust as an activity or dust as an effect. So when it's residential subdivision as an effect, you should get a condition on your subdivision consent to manage it.
The topsoil? Sorry, the topsoil?
The topsoil, do you mean retention within the south boundaries, or make sure that the topsoil is actually reused and that was
basically scrape the topsoil off before the main sort of contouring work occurs, and then they use it back on the site once they landscape or whatever they need to do?
Yeah, there is no requirement to actually use topsoil back on the same site.
So it can be removed from the site.
It can be removed, yeah.
Thank you.
Send it up to me.
Thank you. That's pretty good progress. We can move on to the next chapter. How many do we have? Who's next?
Good question. Good question.
Primary production. That'll be Delilah.
Just a small
Page.
Table 6 on page 21.
So, Delina, we drop this, if you got the soil as one, or we drop it into a couple of sections?
Sorry?
Have you got your presentation all about the whole chapter, or are you going to drop it into?
We're going to start off just looking at the region-wide provisions, so the permitted activity rules. And so we've got 3 slides, and we'll just look at each slide separately.
Okay, thank you. We'll let you do your slide, and then we'll have the questions on that first.
So with regard to the permitted activity rule, so the region-wide rules, the feedback was basically split into 2 different camps, really.
There were those who, although in general they might prefer less rules, thought that the draft plan was generally acceptable except for 3 particular points, and that was the restrictions on intensification, including mob stocked sheep and the stock exclusion rule, and that there should be more reliance on freshwater farm plans. However, there were other parties who thought that the draft plan wasn't stringent enough to prevent further degradation, nor provide for the scale of reductions that are required to achieve the target attribute states and environmental outcomes set in the FMU chapters of the draft plan. In particular, those parties considered that there were too many permitted activity rules and that would not provide for cumulative effects. That the use of freshwater farm plans in lieu of requiring consents is not appropriate in degraded catchments. The proposed setbacks in the plan are inadequate. Fertiliser application needs to be more strictly regulated, and that there should be more limits on intensification of land use. There were some specific requests for changes to provisions, and I'm still working through those, but they're all just quite minor for clarification. And modelling has shown that over the lifetime of the current plan, the approach is likely to reverse degrading trends and produce some improvement within bands as set by the MPSFM, but jumps up a band are unlikely. Apart from minor amendments for clarity, and removing mob stock sheep from stock exclusion rule, what we're proposing to do is to stay with the approach that we have presented unless further guidance is provided.
Thank you, Delina. So we're just talking about the region-wide stuff at this stage, so thank you, Kate.
I think it's warrants it because it's been put in enough times in the submissions about grandparenting, which is the intensification rule that is referred to, which I don't think you've talked about, but restrictions on intensification. So the grandparenting rule was, if you've been farming like you've been farming for ages, you can't become more intensified. But if you have a neighbour who's intensified greatly, they can carry on with their existing intensification levels, right? That was called the grandparenting rule in the submissions. Am I on the right thing? Sorry, if I look at your summary sheet, very first point that you didn't talk to was restrictions on intensification. Am I right thinking this is the grandparenting rule comes in there?
So that is rule.
Sorry, the rules that don't allow for intensification and is referred to in a number of the submissions as the grandparenting rule.
So that will be correct. Yep. So grandparenting is essentially locking in what's been happening.
So what you can have is a disparate activity where one neighbour is highly intensified, the other neighbour is not, because they've carried on not doing that. So you're comfortable, despite the submissions, that you don't have to have a intensification limit to an area, maybe by stock units. You do it by just saying what you've got now is what you've got, and you don't get to use your land more effectively or efficiently.
Without getting a consent.
Yeah, so you're happy with that. It was referred to in a number of submissions. Can you just explain to me why you took that approach rather than an alternative, which may have been, yeah, there were a lot of submissions about this. I thought there were quite a few, maybe I just put them out.
So we were looking at intensification and looking at increases in land use for intense land use, not increasing the amount of land use, so carrying on the provisions that are in the current NES. We talked about using stocking rate as a measure of intensification, and I think that if you're going to pick up on that.
That's in dairying, but if you're doing stock numbers now, I think Don't worry. You've just started it, but there isn't a discussion about it. That's fine.
I think there's two, sorry, I think there's two parts, because first of all is the NES intensification rules, which is restrictions on the amount of, this is like land use change. So like you can't have any more than 10 hectares moved from sheep and beef to dairy, for instance. But then later on in the Rohi chapters, there's some stuff around, you know, based on land use at an early stage previously, intensification there as well. So this one here is, I think this part of the one is just around, like, I suppose my question is if it's already in the NES, we can't be any lower than the NES. We have to be, like our plan has to be at least NES standard, is that correct?
So, with regard to the intensification regulations in the NES, they actually expire on the 1st of January 2025. So if we don't have them in the plan, then they no longer apply. Okay. Which is why we've put them in the plan, so that we can monitor that land use going into the future.
Yeah, just to follow on from what Kate was saying, that's quite important, because I mean I'm picking up something that seems inequitable. If you've got a farm that has 600 cattle, and you've got a farm that's got 400 next to it, and that farm at 400 can't intensify to 600, where 600 might actually be a feasible number, and that's in the rules. How can we allow that to happen? It seems inequitable, and there's no parity there at all. And I think we're picking this up from, it's in the plan, isn't it, under PPP6, intensification?
Yeah, so that's correct, and that's in line with the direction that you've provided us. And it's so they would need to get a consent. They would need to apply for a consent to see if they could intensify, and they would be subject to scrutiny around impacts on water quality, and other issues. But that is in line with the direction, and we've always been aware that there was, because of the virtue of time and the fact that our plan has never managed these issues before, people have been able to intensify, and some people haven't. And the plan does, allow a pathway for them to apply, but there's no guarantee if they're in an over-allocated catchment for water quality, there is no guarantee that they would get that consent.
Is this something that could be included in farm plans?
So we don't have any rules in the plan about stocking rate. We discussed that at a previous workshop, and we consulted on it. In the FMU chapters, we consulted, we had a box there that said council is considering managing the intensity of farming activities and considering limits in terms of stock units or cow numbers. And I think Matthew's going to pick up on that in the next slide.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that perhaps we've gone down a path and we haven't actually realised what the consequences of the decisions have been. I mean, for us to continue on that same path and seeing the sort of inequity that we're seeing in this now may not be the correct way to do this.
There is an equity issue, but it also means if we apply equity and if we treat everybody the same, it does impact our ability ultimately to achieve our outcomes as well. If we allow people to intensify because others in the catchment have done, it will be harder to achieve your outcomes, possibly. So yeah, it always comes back to the outcomes that we need to achieve.
I'm not talking about intensification to make a hell of a lot of money. I'm just saying intensification within a reasonable sort of, within reasonable intensification, which is still environmentally okay. I mean, that's what's missing here.
That's what the consent pathway does. So at the moment, our plan doesn't have a pathway to assess whether the intensification, the land use is appropriate or not. And what we're saying is, in order to look after water quality, we need to bring that framework in. So that means someone that wants to go from sheep to dairying or dairying to more dairying or whatever it is, we need a framework to say, is this level of land use okay? Does it contribute to our water quality outcomes or does it not? And there are always issues in terms of timing with plans, where some people have gone early on things and some people have gone later, and it does create inequities. We're not going to pretend that it doesn't. It absolutely does. But as Tom said, if we don't start to manage some of these issues now, we won't achieve all the outcomes.
Sorry, just from myself, I think we just need a bit more clarity because there's two things in play. Well, we're talking about intensification as an area as opposed to stock numbers. Stock numbers comes up on the FMU side of it, I think.
Only dairy, isn't it?
Only in dairy. Is that correct, July? Whereas this is the area basis, like 10 hectares changing from one land use to another land use. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Another one, and I will be interested in the next slide, I think, when we get feedback on those, the point that Delina read out before, when we specifically asked the people for feedback. Be interested to see what their feedback was accumulated. So yeah. I've got I had Kevin.
I'll go over there first.
I had Alan actually.
Yeah.
Alan, then Kevin,
was it? Whole band over there. One of the
yeah. Alan, Kevin, Elliot, Ron.
Okay, thank you.